So I request everyone to be ready to answer the poll questions.
Yeah,
We'll
just
ask.
I'm creating the poll.
Yeah. And then we can start the session.
Yeah. So now here is the poll one. I getting in the screen. I hope everyone is able to see the poll. Just you can click on the correct option.
I hope everyone can see the poll. It's a very basic question, so
Yeah,
you can give
just you can
the
select
answer.
on that.
It says
Now,
some bot is disabled error message.
so just ma'am, you need to select the one proper correct question answer, and then you need to click on the submit. So now here is the second poll as well.
So it is showing bot is disabled. Contact your IT admin.
Okay, like
Can you share this? Can you share the screenshot, sir? Which kind of the error you are getting? Port is disabled. I think there is the one option, sir. If we go on the app now, so here we need to download the poll. So can I share my screen for the some minute? That is the good thing. So if anyone take the session online, then what happened? So now see here. I think poll is not available. This application is not available in your system. So here what happened, if you want to download that one, then you can click on the app, and in the app we'll get one application polls. So just you need to click on the polls, and then see this is already added in my system. That's why I'm not getting the add button. So you'll get this kind of the add button. Then you need to add this one poll in your system. Then you're able to see the poll as well. Okay, no worry. You can give me the reply in the chat box as well.
हमारे 2 या 3 क्वेश्चन थे इसमें कि लेबर इतने दिन में वर्क कर रहा है तो उसके अकॉर्डिंग निकालना। अच्छा,
Now I'm creating the second poll as well.
हुआ कैसा आपका? पेपर जनरल क्वेश्चन तो अच्छा था, इंग्लिश वाले में क्रोनोलॉजी और काफी क्वेश्चन था, लेकिन हालांकि जो भी अच्छे से ये अटेम्प्ट किए 100 के 100 ही किए। इंग्लिश का बहुत डीपली
दीपक कुमार आपका कैटेगरी में आते हैं कोई
नहीं
जनरल में?
Actually, Rishikesh, some faculties are facing issue.
Correct.
So they can also give the answers in the chat
Yeah,
box.
yeah, they
Go
can give the
proper.
answer in the chat box. There will be no issue. If poll is not working for them, they can give the answer in the chat box as well. There will be no issue.
Because some may use it in the mobile,
Yeah,
or if their system is not supporting this.
On the mobile here, what happen, Uma, we need to click on the view. So here, what happen if you open the MS Team in a mobile, then here you will get one option in the blue kind of the on the left hand corner, you will get one option view. So they need to click on the view only. Then poll, they are able to see the poll in the mobile as well.
Okay, okay.
Hmm.
Okay, thank you, faculties. You can answer for these questions.
Yeah.
So we can start with our today's section. It's almost 10, 12. I'll just put a message in the WhatsApp group and then we will start. Yadav sir, what is your phone number, sir? Can you put your phone number? I think you already given. Okay, 1 second. Let me add you in the group. Yes, Yadav sir, I have added your number. So please check. You might have got the invite link. Okay, let's start the today's session. So yesterday we have discussed about this. Thank you, Rishikesh. I'm going to start the session.
No issue. Okay, just I'm closing the all polls.
Ah.
Yeah, you can start the session. Okay. Yeah. Yesterday we discussed about this, callbacks, right? But we can see one more example for this callback function, and then we can go with the. I'm sorry, I didn't. And then I will go with this promise and asynchronous and await. Okay. So what is the classroom activity for this callback is write a function. Sorry. Okay. So write a function that adds a click event listener to a button and that executes a callback function when the button is clicked. Okay, this is the concept. So we have one button. If I click on this button, I'm going to get some, some output for it. But how we are going to handle this using a callback. Here we'll see what is the difference between the callback and promise. So before that, let's get into the Visual Studio Code. Okay, there is two playing files are there. So I will import the basic one and I will include the script element in the body. Script src and the file name is index.js file. Okay. Okay. Now, what we are going to do, what are the steps we are going to follow? So first, for this one,
I need to create one function definition. Okay, what is this function definition? For what we are doing this, I'm going to add one add click listener. Okay, and then the second step is going to be I'm going to that is include the so inside this add click listener function. There are some functionality I'm going to include. What are the functionality I'm going to include? First is I'm going to create one function, and then inside that function, what are the things I need to do is I need to retrieve the button elements, and then I need to check if the button exits or not. And then third one is I'm going to add a click event listener. Okay, so these are the things I'm going to check. And third one is to call back. Third step is I'm going to use a callback function definition. Because in this particular callback definition function, sorry, a callback function, we need to use this, right? So that's why I'm including this part. And the fourth one is adding a click event listener to the button. Okay. So in the callback function definition, I will use one function that name, the callback function name is handle button click. So I'm using it as a camel case because that is a good way of creating a function. Okay, function names. So these are the steps I'm going to follow to give a button, and if I click on that button, some event is going to perform. This we already know, but what the extra thing we are adding here is we are going to add a callback function definition. Okay, let's see how we can do this. First, we will go to the index.html. As I need this button, I'm going to include one button here. Okay, so button ID, and I can give a button name to be click me. Okay, and the button ID is I can give us my button. Clear? So I've created one button now. Let me show you. Okay, so as of now, I have created one button. It is not active. To make it active, so can you tell me how we can create this first step? Function definition. What does function definition means? Add click listener. Can anyone tell me? What is function definition for the add click listener? So what is the first step we can follow? Anyone? What is the first step? Function definition, add click listener.
Sorry, ma'am.
So I'm saying like the I want to create one button. Okay, so if I click on that button, some functionality is going to happen. So what is my question is, the first step is a function definition for the add click listener. So what it means?
So like we'll be selecting that button by ID. Then after we'll be adding the event listener. For that event listener, we'll be defining the event as well as event handler.
Okay, thank you for the answer, Raman. But I'll just tell you, function definition is nothing but first we need to use a function keyword, right? So after the function keyword, the name of the function is add click listener. What is the definition meaning? The definition is what you're going to give inside this a function that is going to be a function definition, right? And here I'm going to give two arguments. One is the button ID. Okay. And the another argument is callback. Obviously, we need callback, right? And after this, I'm going to, what is the second step? Second step is inside the add click listener function, I need to retrieve the button element. How I can retrieve the button element? So first I need to create one variable, let's say button. Okay. After this, document dot get element ID of, what is the button ID? Sorry, the element name I'm going to use is button ID. Okay. So button ID. Okay, I'm just passing this button ID here. Okay, I'm just retrieving the button element. And then I want to check if the button exists or not. To check that, if I'm taking this variable, so button, if a button, there is a button, then button dot add event listener. I hope you all know what is add event listener, right? So in yesterday's session, Rishikesh sir explained about it. So here we are going to give one event name and also the callback function, right? So event name is, I'm going to click the button. So I will use the event name as click and the callback. Simply a callback. Okay. So if a button is not exist, then what happened? I'm going to throw some message to the user like console dot, better I can go with this console dot error, and then I can mention like button with ID plus a button ID. I'm just passing this button ID here. Okay. Not found. That's all. So this is the error message I'm throwing. Okay. Till this, everyone is clear, right? I have retrieved the button and I am checking if the button is exist or not. And then I'm going to use a callback function. I want to add this click event listener. So how I can add, sorry, I have added it. But now, after the callback function to be executed, when the button is clicked, once the button is clicked, the event should be performed, right? So for that, I need to add one more callback definition. That is nothing but a function. So what is the function name? Callback function name? Handle button click. Clear? So handle button click. So in this, I need to add, in this particular callback function, I need to give a alert message. What is the alert message? Button was clicked. A simple alert message I'm just passing. And finally, I need to add a click event listener to the button. How I can add the click event to the button, click event listener to the button. So I can add it, add. So this is my function. I'm just copying. Okay, I'm going to add the click event listener to the button by saying, so what is the real button name? Button ID name? It's going to be a button. I'm just copying here and then to mention it in a single quote, comma. What is the callback function? This is my callback function. So when I click on this button, the callback function will be called and it will show the alert message. Clear till this? Now we can see the output. If I click on this, miss anything? Function add click listener, button ID, callback. If and else, I close this and function. 1 minute, let me check this.
I think related to the string, in parameter we are passing button ID as a
Yes.
string, and again we are selecting get event by ID. We're converting it again into string, I guess.
Function handle button click. So this one, I didn't get you what, which line you're saying, which line number?
Button ID, click callback.
Okay, I got it. So this one, I think you're saying. I passed it as a string. Yeah, got it. Right? So here I have given just a simple mistake. So this is going to be the button ID, right? This is the argument. I'm just passing it as with the string. So that's why it is not showing an output. If I give it as a string, just it will print as an output, right? So we should not give a single quote here. I hope everyone is clear with this steps. Any doubts creating a callback function? Can we go to the promise? What is the purpose of callback here?
Ma'am,
Sir,
show the code
actually,
once again.
sorry, ma'am.
Show the code, ma'am. On one
Yeah,
minute.
sure. Sure, ma'am. I can show.
1 minute. Could you please paste this code in the message chat box?
Okay, ma'am. Okay, sir, actually you're asking like why we need to go for this callback, right? So example, yeah, the mechanism of working with this callback function. So we can achieve this easily. Okay, we can give a button and we can click on the button with a very simple code. But why we need to go for this callback? So callback and promise. First, I will tell you what is callback, first of all. Then I can tell you why we need to go for this callback. Okay. So let me give you some point. Okay. So what is this callback function? Okay. So first as of now, you understood like how we are going to pass this, right? So we are going to pass a callback in the a function in the another function as an argument. So that is a concept. Okay. In a traditional way, okay, in a traditional way, if example, I'm trying to if some operations are being executed, okay, and in a traditional way how we handle this, we will using a asynchronous operation in a javascript, right? What we can do, we can set some delay and we will be passing the value, right? But uh, if it is going to be, just you tell me, like if I'm going to pass some multiple asynchronous operation. So we already know what is asynchronous operation, right? So if you're going to pass a multiple asynchronous operation, whether this callback will be useful or not. So asynchronous is what? Yesterday's example I showed you, right? Task 1 and task 2 and task 3. So here I'm setting some time interval, a delay, okay? And then, so what will be my output? The task 1 and then task 3 and then task 2 will be executed. So this is the output. So if it is going to be, I'm going to that is apply some multiple asynchronous operation, then what happens? So mainly this callback function is nothing but if you want to interrupt or if you want to run some other code, okay? So you want to stop this for some time and you want to execute the some other code, then we can go for this callback function. Clear, sir? Understood? Wait a minute, I got some new message. What is the practical scenario of asynchronous operation? Priya, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So just I yesterday also I explained it. What is synchronous and asynchronous, right? Do you remember? Synchronous is going to be the it is a sequential steps, one by one step. But if you use asynchronous operation, it needs to wait for some time to complete the other. If I'm in the task one, task two, it has some delay, then it will jump to the task three. It won't wait. Okay, so that is the reason we are going for this asynchronous operation. Clear? Then the callback function we already know. What is the purpose of using this callback function? If you want to jump to the other statement, then we can go with this. But if it is going to be the multiple asynchronous operation, then we can go with the promise. This will not be suitable for callback function, will not be suitable for the multiple asynchronous operation. That's why we are going for a promise. I hope everyone is clear, but still if you have any questions, please let me know. Time for asking what is a practical scenario is. Any queries or any questions? Allows a task, we can run a function to run independently. Okay. Okay, we'll see what is a promise. Any queries or any questions regarding callback functions? Yadav sir and Priya ma'am. No queries, or if you have any questions, please let me know. Okay, first is promise. What is promise means? It's a eventual, or we can say it like, if you want to, it is going to be in a completion or it's going to be a failure. Okay, whether it's going to be a completion or it is going to be a failure of an asynchronous operation, and it gives a resulting value. But in a callback function, we cannot, we didn't mention anything like that, right? Whether it's going to be a complete or failure. It shows an error. But here, the completion or a failure of asynchronous operation, it shows as a resulting value. Okay. And then when we can use this promises, it's going to be a very cleaner and also more maintainable to handle a asynchronous operation. Okay. When you compare with a callback, this is the best option. We can go with this. And here we are using some chained concept. So what is this chained? Here we will use dot then and dot catch method. So to make the code easier to understand. Okay, that's why we are using this dot then and dot catch method. Okay, so these are the important points we need to know. And one more thing, there are some, status we have. Okay, totally we have three states. One is pending and fulfilled. Sorry, fulfilled. And then we have one more thing that is called as rejected. Okay, so fulfilled and pending and rejected. So any idea like what is pending? What is pending and okay. Okay. So can you tell me like what is pending and what is fulfilled and what is rejected. If some execution is happening, if you're giving some data, while we are passing some data, so it will be in some stages, right? So what are the different stages? If it is going to be a pending, then what? Waiting for the event to be occurred. Exactly. Okay, so it is that is a pending, and fulfill means if the process is completed, then we can say it as a fulfilled, or if it is get rejected, then we say it as a rejected. So pending means the initial state. It's neither it's going to be a fulfilled or rejected. Clear? And next is what is fulfilled. Fulfilled means the operation completed successfully. Okay, the operation is completed successfully. Then we will get the promise as a result. And rejected. Rejected means the operation failed. Then we'll say it as a rejected. So these are the important points we need to know. Okay. So completion or failure of asynchronous operation, and it will result some value. And why we are going for this? To cleaner and more maintainable to handle the asynchronous operation. And here we also included two methods, that is dot then and that is dot catch, to make the code easier. And there are three states: pending, fulfilled, and rejected. Okay, these are the very important key points. You can make a note of it. And then now we understand how we can create this promise in a real time. So we'll see step by step process. So I will show the PPT. So here you can see, even we can also use a finally, then, and catch. The promises is the object that we need to know. Okay, the promise is nothing but it's an object that represents the eventual completion or of a asynchronous operation and its resulting value. And here handle the result of promise. We are using dot then, dot catch, and finally method used to handle the fulfillment to promise, to handle the rejection. They are not saying this is a state. This is to handle the promise. Okay. So it is used to execute the code regardless of promise outcome. So whatever the promise outcome is going to be, but whatever we are giving in the final method, so that is going to display. Clear? So what is the scenario is here? Write a program to find the given string or equals or not using a promise. What I'm going to check. So if example, I have two text box. Okay. I'm typing my name, Uma. And again, I'm typing my name, Uma. So if it is going to be equal, then I will get the output as strings are equal. Okay. If suppose again I have a button, like I'm typing Uma and I'm typing some other name. Okay, like this, some name. So if it is not going to be equal, then strings are not equal. Okay, this is the output we need to get using a promise. Clear? So I hope everyone pending request is not completed. Pending is like an initial state. So we cannot say whether the request is fulfilled or whether the request is rejected. Waiting for the event to be occur. Okay, answers good. So now we'll get into the code. So now we will understand how to write a promise code, and then we will write the code. Okay. First, I will go with the step-by-step process. So first, function to compare two strings using a promise. How I can do this? That is the first step. Function to compare two strings using a promise. The first step is I need to create a definition for a compare string. So compare string is here definition means what? It's going to be a function name. Okay. And then next to that, I need to create a promise constructor. We all know what is constructor, right? If the function name is going to be the same name, then we will say it as a constructor. So here I'm using a promise constructor. And the third one is comparison logic. So in the comparison logic, what I will check, if they are equal, then I will show some message to the user. Like strings are equal. Okay. So what is the output is going to be? What is the state of this one? So we saw some three states, right? Like fulfill. Ma'am, I understand the concept you explained, but not able to work with you. Okay, Ashita ma'am. Don't worry, ma'am. I'm just sharing the code. Whenever I complete, I'll just share the code. Yes, exactly, Yadav sir. That is going to be a fulfilled, right? Okay. I hope everyone getting my point. So if the whatever the request we give, okay, that is going to be fulfilled, then sorry, that is going to be that is going to be accepted, then we'll call it as a fulfilled. And then again, what I'm going to do is I will create one more function to handle the button click. So why we need the button click? Because I'm going to check both the events are going to be the same or not. So I will create one button click. Okay. So to do that, retrieve input value. First, I want to retrieve the input value and then get the reference of a HTML element with the ID result. Okay. Once I click on the once I retrieve the input value from the input field, then I need to get the reference of the result. How I can get the result? Um, so we will give some submit button in the index.html, right? So there we will create what ID. So based upon that, we can fetch the result. Okay. So from there we can show the or display the result. Okay. And finally we need to call the compare string method. And the last stage is handle the promise resolution. So can you tell me like how we can handle the promise resolution? Don't worry, ma'am. Yes, yes, great, sir. Yadav sir, yes. So others also understanding, I hope, because for handling, we are talking about then and catch and finally methods. But when we talk about this, states, that is going to be a pending, fulfilled, and the rejection. Clear? So here we are going to handle the promise resolution. So I will use dot then method. Inside that, I will pass a message like this. Okay, whatever the message. And the message is going to be handle the fulfilled message, because if it is true, then a fulfilled message will be thrown. And the final step, the third step is add the click, the same step which we followed for the callback function. Okay, add the click listener to the button. So here we retrieve the input value. Here we are going to retrieve the button elements and then attach it to the add click listener. That's all. Okay. So these are the steps we will follow for creating. So this is the usually the same steps we will follow. We will use a function and we use a promise constructor, and we used to check whether we will use some if conditions, okay, to check whether it is fulfilled or not. Then to handle that, promise, we are just checking. We are using this then and catch method. If it is going to be an error, then we will use a catch method also. Okay, finally, what we will do, we will retrieve the button element and add the click event listener. So these are the steps we will follow. Okay, I hope till this everyone is clear. Okay. So any queries till this? Yes or no? Maybe can you give some thumbs up or say yes or no? So that I will go with the coding part. Yes. Thank you. Okay, fine. Okay, now we will create the code. Okay, what is the first thing? Now tell me, for to get the two strings, what are the elements I need in the index HTML page? What are the elements I need? If I want to fetch two input field, okay, what are the elements I need in the index.html page? Two text box, right? Okay. And after that, to submit the value, I need submit button. Right? Thank you for the answers. Okay, let's see. First, I will create input element. Okay. So inside this input element, I create one ID that's going to be a string 1. So I'm also giving a placeholder is equals to enter the first string. Okay. And again, I'm copying this. Here I will change it to 2 and the second string. Okay. And after getting the input from the user, I need a button element. Okay, button element. And then type is going to be what? We can also mention the type, or else we can go with the ID, like the check button. Clear? Let me give to be small s. Clear? So it is not a big difference, but whenever we are giving the attribute value for this ID and name, you can go with the lowercase. Okay. So now let's move on to the index.html. As of now, we check what is the output. So this is the two thing. Oh, okay, I forgot to give the name. So let me give the button name to be checked. Okay. So it is showing like two strings and the check button. So now let's go to the index.js page. So here, whatever the step I have given here, the same thing I'm going to follow. Okay. So first we can create a function definition for a compare string of two strings I'm going to give, a string 1 and string 2. So after this, what is the step? I need to create a promise constructor. So I have defined it. So now I need to create a promise constructor. So let me give a return keyword and then new promise. So please note it. This promise should be, the first letter should be in a capital letter because it's a constructor. Okay. So here I will pass two arguments, that is one is a resolve and the another one is going to be a reject. Okay. So this is as this constructor. We can also we already know constructor means what? It's kind of a function. It's similar to the function, but here we are using a class name. That is a thing, right? So I have used this arrow marks, and inside this I will mention the if statement. What I missed? Okay, sorry. So this is the function, and inside the function I have a resolve and reject, and after this, okay. It is showing error. So this is a string and this one. Okay, let me write this first. So first I am going to check the two things, that is string 1. So string 1 and the string 2. 1 and the string 2, whether it's equal or not. So I'm throwing a resolve function. The strings are equal. So the strings are equal, resolve and reject. Okay. And then, and I'm passing a else value. Let's copy this. It's going to be a reject. Strings are not equal. Okay. So why it shows string 1 and string 2? New promise. Okay, we'll see what is the error. And then I'm using the another curly brace to close this one. And then there I miss.
I think it should be prior to the curly bracket. Between both curly bracket, there should be closing bracket.
I didn't get you. Which line you're saying?
I think line number 31, after the curly bracket, the small bracket should be closed. Line number 31.
Small brackets.
Yeah, because
No,
line number 20.
line number 32.
Small bracket.
Just remove that first one curly brace. Blue curly brace. This one, I think.
Yes, this one. 31. Okay, got it.
Yeah. Because you take their extra, no?
Okay, thank you. Yes, actually, sometimes it happens because we are using, many curly braces. So I'll just tell you how we are closing it. So for else, and this is for if statement, and this one is for the promise constructor, curly brace, and then so we have opened this promise constructor, right? I'm closing this, and finally we have one more, the last curly brace, which is for this compare string function. Okay. So any questions in this curly brace also you can just ask me. So now what is the step? So we have completed till this one. Next is function to handle the button click. So I will create one function. Function name is going to be the handle button click. Okay, button click. And here inside the button click, I need to retrieve the input value. So to retrieve the input value, what we will do in the function, we will create one variable and we will fetch the value, right? So I give the constant, the variable name, and document dot get element by ID. Okay, here the ID is what? The ID is string 1. I'm going to fetch the value of this. To fetch the value, very simple, we will use dot value. Okay. Again, I'm copying this because I need to fetch the retrieve the a second string value. So str2, and here I will change it to string2. Okay. And the third one is get the reference of HTML element with the ID results and display the result. So in this point, I will create one const. Forgot to add one more line. That is, I need to show the output, right? Whether the strings are equal or not. For that, I'm adding the ID as a result. Clear? So in this place only, it will show whether the string is equal or not. Then the const result element equals to, and here again, I need to copy this. What is the ID name? ID name is going to be a result. Okay, here only I want to show the value of this one. That's all. So this is done. What is the next step? I need to call the compare string. So whatever we have created here, this is the flow, right? So it is going to call this a compare string. So to call the compare string, let me give a callback compare string of. So inside this, I will give str1 and str2. That is a parameter value. And then inside this, I'm sorry. What is the next step? So I need to handle the promise resolution. I have called this. I need to handle the promise resolution. How I can do this? I can use this using the dot then method. Okay. So after this step, I'm using a dot then method. A message. I'm going to pass a message. What is a message? The result element dot text content is equals to message. Okay. So these are is nothing but it is going to be an object, right? And I'm going to fetch the value of the message which I'm going to pass. Okay, that is assigned to this message value. Okay. So next to this, I will give the result the same thing. Once I get the value, I'm going to style some color, make it as green because I'm going to get the output, right? So it shows in a green color. And if it is not equal, then what happens? It's going to throw some message like error. Okay. So in the error, I'll just copy this. If the message is not there, then it's going to be an error and that will be in a red color. Clear? So then what is the final step? The final step is going to attach the add click event listener. Okay. To do that, at the end of all the callback and the functions, I'm writing this statement like document get element by ID of check button dot add event listener. I think this is check button. Okay. And after this add event listener, I'm giving the event name as a click and then comma, calling the callback function handle button click. Okay. So this is how we done. So we have retrieved the button using a document.get element by ID. So yes, this is the button ID. I've got it. And then I'm attaching to the add event listener. The function is click and sorry, the event is click and the callback function is handle button click. Okay, let's see the output. So I'm typing Uma and Uma. So if I check, the strings are equal and it is in green color only. Okay, let me increase the size. You can see it is in green color. If I change something like Rishikesh, so the strings are not equal. Clear everyone till this? Any questions or query? 9:30. Thank you, sir. Till this, everyone is clear, right? Any questions? Yes or no? Maybe. Why everyone is so silent? Any questions? Message variable automatically stores the strings are equal. Okay. Okay, what about the others? I can only get the response from Yadav sir and Kalyani ma'am. I hope everyone is understanding the concepts. So just understand what is the flow of the code. Okay. So how we are going to create it with the basic syntax. Clear? So if you want, I can also share this code in the chat box. But it is already in the link. Rishikesh, you can also share that GitHub link in the chat box so that they can refer it.
Yeah, no issue.
Okay. So actually, faculties, we have one GitHub link. Okay, we have all the code over there. So we will share it in the chat box so that you can review all the codes for the JavaScript. So now we are going to just share it for JavaScript alone. So next, the final concept of that is ES features is asynchronous and await. So what do you think? What is asynchronous and await concept? What is asynchronous and await? Any idea? What is asynchronous and await function? Sorry, the keyword which we are using. Why we are using that? You know the answer, you can just put it in the chat box. Madhuri ma'am, you have raised your hand. Any question? So any idea about asynchronous? I will just type it in the chat box. Async and await. What is this keyword? Okay, no problem. We'll just get into the code. Fine. So first we will see what is asynchronous. And then await keyword. Clear? So asynchronous keyword is used to declare the function as a asynchronous. Okay, this is actually a function we can say. So, but promise is a object. Okay, we are treating it as an object, and this is going to be a function. Okay, it always return the promise. It is going to return a promise. So if the function, okay, if the function returns a value, it automatically wraps it results in a promise. If the function throws an error, then it returns the rejected promise. Okay. If it is going to be a, that is, it returns a value. If it returns a value, then it wraps a resolved promise. If it's going to throw an error, then it is going to be a rejected promise. Clear? So this is about the asynchronous function. This is a function. It returns a promise. If that is going to be return a value, then it throws a resolved promise. If it is an error, then it will throw a rejected promise. Then what is this await? What is this await? Await is just a keyword. Okay. It's going to be a keyword. Why we are using this keyword? So it will be, used inside a asynchronous function. Why we need to use this inside a asynchronous function is to pass the execution of the function. So until the promise is resolved. Clear? Or rejected. It's not only resolved, it can also be rejected. For both the reason, it can pass the execution. Yeah, that's it. Then to make the code made very clear, we are going for this asynchronous and await. I hope everyone is getting my point. So now, it's the main key difference. So we will get into the step-by-step execution. Okay. Let me go through this. So asynchronous await is a modern way to handle the asynchronous operation in JavaScript. Allows you to write asynchronous code and that looks behave more like asynchronous code, making it easier to read and understand. It built on the top of the promise and provides a cleaner and more concise syntax. Okay. And so this is the same point. It's repeated. So write a program for fetching a data from fake JSON data from using a await and asynchronous. So the thing is, I'm going to give a set of data. So it is going to be a set of data, maybe using the API, or I can also give it as a set of data. Okay, whatever it's going to be. So that is a fake JSON data. I need to fetch this. Okay, I need to fetch this data using what? Using this await and asynchronous data. Clear? This is the last concept. I'll just complete and then we can go with the basic concept of React. Okay, we'll see by step-by-step process. How we can work with this code. Okay, the first thing is I need to create a function to fetch the data using what? Asynchronous and await keyword. For that, the basic syntax is what? Asynchronous function. So before the function keyword, you need to mention asynchronous. Okay. And after the function, what is the function name? Fetch data of. This is the first one. If it is going to be, it's going to throw some output, then it will be in a try. If it is going to be an error, then it will be in a, that is catch. Here we need to mention an error. Okay, clear? Then after this point, we'll use this wait keyword and then a fetch function. Inside the fetch function, I will give the API. API is like a link. In that link, we have some set of data. Okay. Then the fetch function makes a HTTP request to the given URL. This fetch function. It's going to make a HTTP request to the given URL. Whatever the URL which we are going to give here, so that request will be that HTTP request will be given to the URL. Okay, using a fetch function. Then we can retrieve the data. And the wait is going to, what is the, why we are using this wait? wait passes the execution of fetch data until the fetch request is completed. So once it this HTTP request is completed, when it gets the data, then until that it will wait. So that's why we are using this await keyword. Okay, and then it will check if the response is not okay, then what happened? So what will be the data? Okay, and then we will use one more thing, that is we'll create one const and the data. Inside that I will use a wait keyword and response.json. So what you think about this function, a response.json? So what do you think, what is this function response.json? So any idea? Okay, so I'll tell you. Once the response is okay, when the response is okay, what it will do is it will parse the JSON data from the response. It's going to parse the data from the response as a JSON file. Okay. Then await, ensures the function waits for the JSON and passing to complete the before continuing. So this is just understand how the flow is going on. Okay, and finally it will display the data, and whether it's going to be a catch, it will show the error message. The second step is function to display a fetched data. Here we are creating a logic, and here we are going to display the fetched, whatever the data, it's going to be fetched here in the function to display fetched data. Clear? So here I'm creating one more function. So it's going to be a display data. Okay. So this function, what will do is it will take the fetch data as an array of posts and display it on the web page. So this is going to play a major role once we get the response. All right. And then I need to create one data container, because in the index.html, we will create one container that in that container only, whatever the response we get, it will display. Okay, for that, what we will do, we will write something like this: document.get element by ID of the container name, what are the function name which we are, the class name which we are going to give. Okay. And after this, whatever the data we got, that should be displayed, right? That should be updated. How we can update? Using a dot inner HTML. So this is going to be going to display the data which we fetched here. Okay, from the response which we fetched here, it is going to display it here. Okay, and then finally, using a for loop, we can show the data one by one, and then we can create a new container to hold the each post content. Okay, so I will show it in the code better. Okay, so this is a very simple one. As of now, everyone is clear, right? Or it is a little bit complicated for you? Is it easy or it is confusing? As of now, everyone understood, right? What is asynchronous and what is await, and how we need to create the logic and how to display the data. Yes or no? Can I get some confirmation from you? I hope you also doing it on your laptop, maybe. Why there is no response? What happened? Any doubts or any questions? No questions? No one? Okay, fine. Can continue with, but if you have any questions, please let me know. Okay, I will create the index.html file. So here what I need to the very simple thing is I'm going to fetch the data from the that is API, that is URL, and then I will display it uh, on my web page. So this is the scenario. So what are the things I need? I need one button. I need one container. That's it. So I will create one button. So the button name is the ID is equals to a fetch button.
Madam, your screen is not visible.
1 minute, ma'am. I'll reshare. Okay, Yadav sir, we can you can also do it. Rishikesh, after completing JS concept, please share the GitHub link in this Teams chat. Okay. Only for JavaScript code. Okay, here I'm just giving a button to be a fetch data. And then if I click on that button,
Madam,
all
1
the
minute.
who's that?
Madam,
Yeah,
Kalyani.
yes, ma'am.
Madam, you wrote the logic now. 1, 2, 3, 4 steps.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please share it in the chat?
For the
That
promise I
flow
shared,
for this one.
for
JSON
this one,
async and right. Yeah.
yes, ma'am. I will share it. Once I complete, I will just share it, ma'am. Okay.
This logic, this is nice.
Okay. I'll
Okay.
just share 1 second. Okay, so once I click on the fetch data, so all the data should be visible to me. So for that, I'm creating one container. Okay, so the container is, let me give the IDs to be data container. Okay, and that's it. So now we can move on to the index.js file. So here we can write a logic. This is not a big code. So first one I need to create. So let me have the previous one so that we can refer it. Function to fetch the data using a asynchronous and await. First, we need to create a asynchronous function. So let's create a asynchronous function fetch data, right? So whenever we are using this, we can go with this try and catch method, because if it is going to be true, then it will show it in the uh, try, and if there is any error, then it will show it in the catch. Okay, so let me write a try. Inside the try, const response is equals to, why we are going for this, let's see. So I'm using a await keyword. Await fetch. We're using a await keyword. Okay, await, why we are using, we need to pass the execution till the we get the that is a response from the sorry, once we this one, sorry, where is that? Uh, Here. So HTTP request to be given to the URL. So for that, till that it should pass the execution. That's why we are using this await keyword. Inside of this, I'm passing one URL. HTTPS. I have one URL. I'm just using that place folder dot typecode.com/post. Okay, this is the URL. Okay. So in the URL, you can see there are list of JSON data is available. I'm going to fetch this data into the web page. Okay, this is the concept. So, so after this, I'm going to use a if condition. If the response is not okay, then it will throw an error. If the response is not okay, then it's going to throw an error, like throw new error of, I'm giving a network response not okay, plus response dot status text. So what is this response dot status text? Anyone knows what it is? What does the status text means? So based upon the status, like 200 till 209, and there are some we will get some output, right? Based upon the status. So that's why it is we are including the status text here. Okay, here it is going to be an error. So most probably 400 to some other a value till 450. Okay, so based between this 400 to 450, you will be getting some error status. So that will be displayed. Okay. Next to this, I am adding a const data await. Okay, and response dot JSON. So this means it is going to parse whatever the data is going to be. It will be parsed and it will show the response in the JSON format. Okay, and finally display the data. If this is not going to happen, then this steps will be followed. Your data will be viewed. Okay. So in this place, I can pass a data. This one. Okay. Whatever the response we are getting, we are going to display it using a display data function. In case of if this is not the case, then I'm going to use one more method that is called a catch error. What is a catch error? This is a network response problem. Okay, but here in the console.error, I can show it as there has been a problem with your fetch operation. So it is showing like you have some error in your code. Okay, that is the error. So this is done now. We are done till this, what we have done. So we have passed one a link, URL link, and we are checking. If the response is not okay, then we are saying the network response is not okay. Network response is not okay. If this is not true, then it moves to this particular stage. And once you get the response, it will show the response in a using a display data function. So now what we need to do, we need to create a display data function. Okay, I'm creating a function here. Here I'm passing the data. Yeah. So now here we have a few more steps. So this is entirely, we got the result, but we are going to display it on our web page. So how we are going to display it? So const data container document dot get elements by ID of. So why I'm using the ID here? So this is my ID name. Okay, here only I want to display the data. So I'm just passing here. Okay. And after this, data container dot inner HTML is equals to the empty. So this is to clear the existing content. Whatever the existing content, will clear the existing content and it will update the data. Okay. To display all the data, because we have n number of data in the URL link. To display that, I'm using a for each method, that is for each loop. inside this for each loop, I'm going to use this one element name as post. Okay. So this is my, name I'm just using. It's like a variable. Okay. I'm just using this and I'm going to pass the data. So const post element is a variable name. And here document dot get element by ID the div container. Okay. I'm going to post whatever the data which is in the div container. I'm just fetching that detail. Okay. So after this, let's take this post element dot inner HTML is equals to, it should display it in a some heading tag. So I'm using a h3. Okay, inside the h3, let me use a dollar symbol. So this we already know in a yesterday class. What is this? It's a string interpolation, right? So here I'm mentioning like did I close this? What are the details I have? I want to display the title and the body details. Okay. So I'm giving post dot title and then one more paragraph. The body element is going to be I'm mentioning it in the paragraph. Okay. So here, let me give it as a dollar symbol post dot body. Clear? Did I make any mistake? Dollar post. Okay, I forgot to give this backtick. Whenever you use this string interpolation, obviously we need to use this one backticks. Okay, and then data container dot. I'm going to append all the child. So these are the default predefined functions. So don't confuse this. This is not the function which we have created. This is a predefined function in JS. Okay. I'm using this post element here. I'm appending all the child which is in the URL. And finally, yes, we are done. So next, the last line is we need to add the button, right? So document dot get element by ID. So when I click on this fetch button, then the add event listener should perform. Listener. So what is the event name? Once I click on it, right? So I'm using a click event and the fetch data function. That's. I hope everyone is clear with this. So let's see the output. We refresh the page. Here we have a fetch data. Happen. What is the line number? Cannot set the property of null setting inner.html. Okay. This one, I think the post element dot inner HTML. Got it. So here inside the everything is correct. Response is an error number. Cannot set the property of null setting inner HTML at the index.js 45, showing the error in the 45th line. I think there will be a silly mistake. Let's check. Post element dot inner HTML and then h3 or a post dot title and then this paragraph and then post dot body. I close this paragraph. Data container dot. It's correct one. We at display data array dot for each. Okay, I will just check all these things. Okay, what we can do is I'll just execute this. I will check the error. So because it's already 11:30, we can ask Rishikesh to continue with basics of React.js. And then I will, when I start the session, then I will show you this one. Okay. Is it fine? I hope everyone is clear with this code. And also you can also check from your end what is the error. I will share the code. Hmm? Okay.
Thank you. So can we start now? Chapter number 4. So everyone just kindly give me the thumbs up. So now up to here we discuss about the languages. We discovered the HTML language, we discovered CSS language. Now then we discover about the JavaScript language. Now we are going to learn about the technology, or we can say libraries. So is that library we are able to create the front end, or we can say simply we are able to create the UI. So can anyone told me what is the UI? UI means user interface. Now we are going to learn the technology. Using that technology, we are going to develop the UI, user interface. So now just 1 minute, I'm just sharing my slide. So can anyone give me the confirmation my slide is visible or not? Just you can give me the thumbs up, or you can put the message in the chat box. So now we will start
Yes, sir,
about the
visible.
React. Yeah, visible. No? Thank you, ma'am. So now we are going to discuss about the React JS. So basically, see, React is a nothing but this is the framework. Oh, sorry, this is the library. This one is the library that is developed using the JavaScript concept. That is developed using the JavaScript concept. So you remember that in the Java programming also we have some kind of the libraries. So what is the use of the libraries? Libraries contain the some kind of the functions, you know, or we can say the set of the classes, the some kind of the functions, or we can say the predefined functions. So just what happened here, no need to create the code from the scratch. Just what happened, we will use the things that is available into the library in our programming, and so here also we are doing the same thing. So now React is basically developed by the Facebook. Now their name is the Meta. This is developed by the Meta, and we use the React for the creating that of a front end, or we can say UI. And if you want to see the example, so see, using the React, we are able to create this kind of the website, question and answer website. We are able to create the e-commerce website. We are able to create the social media, social network website. We are able to create the business website. We are able to create the dashboard. In the dashboard, we can say LMS kind of the applications, EMS kind of the applications, ERP kind of the applications. And we are able to create this kind of the application as well using the React. So now the one thing, now we will move toward the next. So now here we have some kind of the example that application, real-time application that develop using the React. We have a Facebook, we have Instagram, we have a Flipkart, we have a Tesla, we have a Uber Eats. This lot of application will be created using the React only. So now today we are going to learn about that, how to create this kind of the application. So now there is the one good kind of the similarity in between these all application. These all are the SPA kind of the application. These all are the SPA kind of the application. Can anyone told me what is the SPA? We already discussed that things in the chat box. Anyone? Can you told me what is the SPA? Anyone? You can give the response in the chat box as well. Yes, single page application. Yes, good. Thank you, sir. So this is we call the single page application. Now I will take the one example. Now you can see here, just I'm opening the YouTube. So now first one, I have two functions. So just to, I'm opening my window scenes and here, okay. MIT. So now here I have a two portfolio. So now what I'm doing? Just I'm opening this one portfolio and just I'm opening the index. So now see, if I'm opening the index here, what happened? This is not a single page application. We here what happened? We integrated different kinds of the pages. Now you can see if I'm clicking on the index.html, then what happened? I'm getting the URL index.html. Now if I click on the about, then what happened? This index.html will be jump from the index to about. Now this will be the first things. Then now if I click on the back, that will come again on the index.page. Then if I click on the qualification, that will be again jump on the qualification. So now here what happened? This is not a single page application. This we call the multi-page application. This is the example of the multi-page application. This is the example of the multiple page application. Now, what is the disadvantages? Disadvantages using the multiple application. So now here what happened? We are executing this code onto the local host. So now, but in the real time, what happened? We execute this code on the URL. You're getting my point. So now you're aware about that. If I'm just searching the suppose here we can say profile hrk.com. If we search this website, then what will be happen? So that will be upload the only index.html page. Are you getting my point? Index.html page. And then if I'm click on the about here, what will be happen? So then again, we'll be send the request from the client to the server. And it will take the little bit time. We are sending the request. Then again, we are getting the response. So here what happened? Here a waiting time will be increased. First thing, waiting time will be increased for the client side. First one, what will be happen in this scenario? Waiting time will be increased. Waiting time will be increased. And then second thing, what happened? So multiple times. So unnecessary. So if I'm just searching the URL key .com, any kind of the portfolio.com, then what happened? So my purpose is I want to see the entire profile at a one time. Are you getting my point? So now, but if I'm clicking the multiple time, then what happened? So the traffic will be increased. Traffic will be increased on the particular server. Are you getting my point? Maybe it will be what happened? That will there will be possible key our server will be the stop. Server will stop to do the working. Hai na? So that will be the disadvantages using the multiple page application. So for the small kind of the thing, we need to jump again and again on the server. We need to send the request. Hai na? Because here we want actually if we click on the portfolio.com, then what happens? Each and everything I want to only for the one time. So for that we have one solution. We have one solution that's we call the single page application. But the point is, can we able to do the single page application using the HTML? Only using the HTML and CSS, or we can see using the HTML, CSS and JavaScript, that using the plain languages. We are able to do that things using the plain languages. Are able to create a single page application using the plain languages. Anyone? Just give me the response, yes or no. Anyone? Just give me the response, yes or no. No. Okay. So now, sir, yes, we are able to create a single page application using HTML and CSS. But the point is what happened? Yes, I will show you that thing as well. So now here I have another portfolio. Are you getting my point? So now here I have another portfolio. Now, if I'm clicking on this index.html, now here what happened? What we get? We get the single page application. Here what we get the single page application. This single page application create using the plain HTML plus CSS. Or if you want to add the JavaScript, we can add the JavaScript as well. So this one is the plain single page application. Now see, if I'm clicking on the about, you can see here we are not getting the refresh. Just if I'm clicking on the about, now see here what happened. This will be refresh and we are going to jump on the another page. Now, but you can see in the portfolio, just I'm closing this tab. So now see in the portfolio what happened if I'm clicking on the qualification. Now see we are not getting any kind of the refresh. That will be jump on the second page. So means here we are able to create the single page using the HTML and CSS. But here is the some disadvantages. Here is the some disadvantages. So if I want to create a single page application using the HTML and CSS, or you can say using the only plain languages. So there is what is the drawback? We need to write down the each and every code into the one file only. We need to write down the each and every code into the one file only. So now if you want to see that, then I can show you that thing as well. So now see in my portfolio what happened? Only I have only index dot only single I have only single index.html. Are you getting my point? So now if you can see here in this portfolio what happened, we have different kinds of the file. So in the port, if I'm going to create a single page application using only HTML and CSS, then what happened? I need to write down the each and everything into the one page only. I need to write down the each and everything into the one page only. New open with, sorry, I'm just writing open with notepad. Now see here what happened, we get the all thing into the single page. Everyone getting my point? So this one is the first disadvantages, and now there is a second disadvantages also. Here what happened, so just like a multiple page application, just I don't want to see the entire thing on the particular file. Here what happened, so here we can say second disadvantage is the of index, or we can say landing page. So index.html we call the landing page. Landing page length will be increased. And if you want to rewrite the code, if you want to reuse the code, then what happen? It is little bit complex to rewrite that kind of the code. So now for that, what happen here? Solution, we can create the multiple pages. And then third one, here we will not get the front end code security. We will not get the front end code security. Why I'm saying this one? Just I will told you the one thing. Now just give me the 1 minute. Now you can see here. Now I'm just clicking on the view source page. Now you can see here. If someone new person, if you want to create, so now here what happened? We don't get the any kind of security for the code. If we create a single page application using the HTML, then what happened? So this code is available for the each and every person. So now here what happened? I want to hide these all things. So we learned the last session, we learned about the one concept, that is the DOM manipulation. If you already know about that things, we already learned that concept, DOM manipulation. So now here what happened, if we install the single page application on the server using the HTML and CSS, then what happened? It will be use the browser DOM. Are you getting my point? It will use the browser DOM. In the browser DOM, what happened? जो भी page पे content, that will be exactly based on the browser. So now if I want to avoid this scenario, then what happened? We are going to use the one concept, that is the virtual DOM. We are going to use the one concept, that is the virtual DOM. In the virtual DOM, what happened? This is the just the replica of the browser DOM. In that, what happened? We are able to hide some content from the browser DOM as well. So if you want to use this kind of feature, then obviously we need to use the lab. We need to use some advanced technology. For that, we have a React. So using the React, what happened? We are able to use the virtual DOM as well. So now just I will show you the another website. Just we can open the youtube.com, or you can any website. So now this one is also the single page application. So now just I'm opening the youtube.com. Now see here I'm getting this one file, and now I'm just writing the right click and view page source. Now yes, see here what I'm getting. See, I'm getting the only 23 line of the code. What I'm getting? I'm getting the 23 line of the code. Can anyone told me it is possible to create the entire good kind of the structure within the only 23 line of the HTML code? Possible? Yes or no? Anyone? It is possible? Yes or no? No, it is not possible. So now here what happened? What is the things that is available in the YouTube? Now you can see here, if I'm clicking on the short, then what happened? It will not refreshing. If I'm clicking on the subscribe, this is not refreshing. If I'm clicking on the your channel, this is not refreshing. Then what happened? This is the single page application. YouTube is the single page application that is created using the React. So in there, what happened? We are able to hide the content that is available into the pages. So now using the React, we are able to do that kind of the things. And now see, I hope you can get the idea up to here clearly. What is the difference between the single page application using the plain language and if you have used the React? The major two things, I want to hide the code from the end user. I want to reduce the complexity of the landing page. And third one, what happened? We need to use the, instead of the browser DOM, we are going to use the virtual DOM. So for that, if you want to achieve this kind of the things, then we are going to use the React.js. I hope you can get the clear idea up to here. Will you be repeat again? Yes, sir, no issue. So here what happened? What is the use of the React? First one, why we are going to use the React? So things here, what happened? What we want to secure the code. We want to secure the code. We want to secure the code. First thing. Then what happened? We want to reduce the burden on the landing page. We want to reduce the burden on the landing page. So instead of the writing the all code in the landing page, what happened? We are going to write down the page into the component form. We are going to write down the code into the component form. So what is the component? We are going to learn in the React upcoming session. Don't worry about that. And then third one, what happened? We are going to reduce the complexity. We are going to reduce the complexity of the code. So for achieving that three things, what happened? What we use? We use the single page application. We use the single page application for developing a single page application. What we use the React. So that is the things we are going to learn that kind of the things into the upcoming sessions. Now, then learning objective for the today's session. So first one, we are going to understand about the fundamental concept of the React.js. In that, we are going to learn about what is the component. We are going to learn about what is the component, what is the class component, what is the function component, how to take the variable into the React, how to write down the React code, that kind of the things. Then we will take the applied knowledge of the React.js. Using we are going to create some kind of the project. Then we are able to understand how to apply the knowledge of the React into the real-time project. Then we'll analyze the difference between the component and the React. Then we'll discuss about the props and the state. This is nothing but a variables. Props and state is nothing but a variable. So first one, props is the constant variable, and then state is we are able to change the variable. So that is the thing. We'll discuss that thing in the detail when we discuss the props and state. Then we'll discuss about how to implement the event handling into the React.js. So for that, we can perform the different kinds of the application, how to fetch the one component from the another component, how to call the API, that kind of things. We'll perform that kind of the things. For that, we will use the event handling. Then we hear what happened. We will integrate the external API into the React.js. API means application program interface. So I hope you are aware about the API. So here simple in the one word, if I want to say the use of the API, just 1 minute. Now, so now if I want to see the what is the API. So in the single word, if I want to say API is nothing but a third party. API is nothing but a third party. So now here, let's just take the one example. So now I'm just creating the one application. So for that, just understand that I'm just creating the one application in that application, or we can say we'll create the one food delivery application, FDA, food delivery application. Here, what happened? What is the requirement? Key, I want to create one application using that. What happened? We are able to deliver the food to the other person. Then here, what happened? We need some things that is already available. We need here map. We need here live location. We need here weather update. We needed this kind of the things. So now here, if I'm developing the food develop application, we are not going to create this all application separately. Then what happened? We have already the map, Google Map. And for the live timing, we have Google Time. And for the weather, we have a Google weather application. Then what happened? We have this already application. Then what we can do, we will take the API application. We'll take the application, this application into our program. That's we call the application program interface. Then what happened? We will use the predefined code that is already created by the someone in our program. So here what happened? We'll use this code into the program, and then we will just code the things that's we want to create newly. So that's we call the basically API. So now here in the React, we are going to learn about that, how to fetch the API into the application as well. We are going to learn that kind of the things. Right. Now then React.js. What is the React.js? As we know, we already discussed that React is the open source front-end JavaScript library. So this one is the library. And now we have again one framework, Angular. Angular is the framework. You need to understand the difference between the two things. Angular is the framework and the React is the library. React is the JavaScript library. And React.js is maintained by the Facebook. We already told that key. I think in the 2011, Facebook created the React and then they developed the one application that is the Instagram. They create the one application Instagram. So if you want to give the if for this student, if someone asks this kind of the question, so which is the first application that is developed using React, then we can say the Instagram. Instagram is the first application that create using the React.js, and then it is widely used to base the building the single page website or mobile application. So that is the important thing. So nowadays 99% single page application will be developed using the React.js and the Next.js. Both are the libraries of the of the JavaScript, and that is developed by the Facebook only. And it is very easy. It is very easy to use and it's allow user to create the reusable UI component. So here what happened? We are going to create the reusable UI component using the React. So that is the things about the React. Now here why React? Change in the okay, no issue. So we'll discuss that thing. So here React, what happened? This is the basically we used to create the UI component. Now we will discuss about the component for the 5 minutes. Now just if you want to understand the component, so but just forget about the React component. Just can anyone told me what is the exactly component? Just React, just forget about the word React. Just here we are going to understand about the component only. The word component. Can anyone tell me what is the component? What is the meaning of the word component? Anyone? Part, yes, part of the UI, or we can just we forget about the UI. Just we discuss about the part. So we understand that component is nothing but a part. Component is nothing but a part. Now here I can just 1 minute. Okay, I will use the whiteboard. That will be the good thing. Whatever. Now just I'm using the whiteboard only. So you get a better understanding. So now see here what component is nothing but a part. So here what happened? So if we integrate the all component, different component, then what happen? We'll get the one entire things. So for example, here I'm taking the example of the computer. I'm taking the example of the computer. Hai na? So here what happens? Suppose we have a monitor, we have a keyboard, we have a mouse, we have a mouse, and then we have suppose printer, and then suppose we have a speaker. So now here what happened? We have all different component, and in the same in the programming language, we'll take the programming language kind of the manner. So now here what happened? We have a sub index page that's we call the landing page, and then we have about we have contact, we have a profile, we have this kind of the page. Then here what happened? What I'm going to do? We are going to integrate that all part with the one main component. So now this in our system, what we have a CPU, central processing unit. So here what happened? We integrate the all thing with the one CPU that we call the CPU. So now then what happens if we integrate the all thing, then what happens? We get the one perfect product. We get the one perfect product. So that product is applicable to do the computing. The product that's applicable that able to do the computing. Same into the we can say UI. Same into the UI. What happened? So here what happened? We are going to connect the all different component. So now in this React, now we are not going to create the HTML page. Here what happened? We are going to create the component. We are going to create the about component, contact component, profile component. And then here what happened? We are going to connect all component with the one component. Basically, that's we have a index.html file. We are going to we are going to integrate that with the index.html file. And then here what happen? What will be happen? Suppose here we will get the two things. First we will get the virtual DOM and we will get the browser DOM. Suppose if someone will be open the source code, then what happen? He is able to see the only browser code. They are able to see the only browser code. But in the virtual DOM, what will be happen? The virtual DOM will be store the this kind of the code as well, and this will be the hide from the client side, and this will be the hide from the client side. So that is the use of the component. Yeah? So if you create the HTML page, then what happen? So all component, all code will be provided to the front end. So now here what happened? Now here we are going to do the one thing only. Simply we are going to create the different kinds of the component. So that is the things about the React. Now here we can see the history as well. Here we have a history as well for the React. React developed by the Facebook in the 2021. Then in the 2000 developed, they created one application, that is the Instagram. This is the first one website that is created using the React. Then they integrate React with the React JS. So that is the flow. You can understand that this one flow. There will be no issue. If I'm going to discuss this one, it will take the lot of time as well. So that is the basically about the React. Then here we have some advantages and the disadvantages, benefits. Here we have some benefits as well. So advantages of the React. So now here we have some advantages. First one, here what happened? We are able to create the reusable UI component. I am already told you that suppose now I'm creating the contact.html, or I can say contact component. Then we can use that component into the profile number 1. We can use that into profile number 2. So that's why here what happened? We are able to get the reusable UI component. Then here what happened? We get the virtual DOM. So using the virtual DOM, what happened? We are able to hide the things from the end user. And I will discuss the more about the virtual DOM as well. There will be no issue. Then here what happened? We'll get the cross platform code reuse. The same code we are able to use into the Windows as well. We are able to use into the Mac as well. We are able to use into the Linux as well. So far we can say the basic structure of the React does we don't need to no need to do any kind of the changes into the basic React code. So it's the same code we are able to execute on the different kinds of the platform. So now here unidirectional data flow. So here what we get? Unidirectional data flow. So if you get a single direction, then what happened? That will be jump from the index to the contact only. Then what happened? But here we are able to take the unidirection. Now from the index, we are able to take the contact, we are able to take the profile as per our convenience. That's we call the unidirection data flow. And here active open source community. So I think you know about that. Facebook is nowadays giant kind of the company into the IT sector, or we can say into the development sector. So now there what happened? They create the React and they make it as the open source. Means any developer can use the React library and they can use into the program. That is the things. And here what happened in the React, what happened? We'll get the real time update up to date. Suppose if you get any kind of the advanced things in the user interface, immediately Facebook, we can say developer create the changes into the code. So that using the React, if we use the React, then we'll get this kind of the benefit as well. So that is the things about the advantages of the React. And now along with the advantages, we have some disadvantages also. We have some disadvantages also. So there is the only one disadvantages. I'm not considering this one should be the disadvantages. So first one here, what happened? So most code we need to write down into the JSX. JSX stand for the JavaScript XML. So this is also one scripting language. Using that, here what happened? We are able to write down the React code. Now up to the here, if you use the language, what scenario we follow? We use the JavaScript code into the HTML. Are you getting my point? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hitesh, sir, any problem? Now here I can tell you the one thing up to in the languages. What happened? What we do basically, we do the one thing. Here what happened? We use the JavaScript into the HTML. But in the React, what I'm going to do, we are going to use the HTML. We are going to use the HTML into the JavaScript. Are you getting my point? We are going to use the HTML into the JavaScript. So now everyone know about that. If I'm in the React, sorry, in the HTML, if I'm writing the JavaScript code, then what happened? We need to write down that into the script tag. You know about that? We already discussed that thing in the last first day session. What happened if you want to write the JavaScript code? What happened? We write down into the script tag. So here also, if you want to write down the HTML code in the JavaScript, what happened? For that, we need to use the JSX, JavaScript XML. So that's represent with the curly brace. That is represent with the curly brace. So means in the JavaScript, if you want to write down the code, if you want to write down the HTML code into the JavaScript, then what happened? We need to use the JSX.
Rishikesh,
So, yes, ma'am.
sorry to interrupt you. 1 minute. Faculties, could you please check your LMS because now the baseline assessment you can see. Check your LMS and please let me know. Rishikesh will wait for just 5 minutes. Okay, and then you
Okay,
can continue.
no issue. I think Wasim sir is getting the baseline assessment. Baseline assessment is reflected in my login. Very good. Dear faculty, if someone is not getting the baseline assessment, just kindly put the message in the chat box. Then we can resolve that problem from the backend.
Yes. And also, please make a note of it. We need to complete this baseline assessment by today only. Okay. Yes, visible. Okay, great. When anyone facing issue, please let us know.
See if anyone is facing any kind of issue, just let know us, then we will resolve the issue. For the certification, all our assessment is required and we need attendance as well. I think everyone getting the everyone getting the baseline assessment.
Yes, you can continue with your session. Thank you.
Okay. If anyone not getting the assessment, they can put the message in the chat box. There will be no issue. So now where we are, just a minute, I'm sharing this. So what we are discussing the JSX. So now see here, what I'm saying that they are saying that this one is the disadvantages. So if you use the HTML, so now here what happened? So if you want to write down the HTML code inside the JavaScript, then what happened? We use the JSX. So here what happened? The most code we write down into JSX. So now this is the little bit complicated. So someone will be get the confused between the HTML code, between the CSS code, and between the JS code. So that they can consider the disadvantages. But if you perform the practice properly, then we are able to easily understand which one is the JS code and which is the HTML code and which is the CSS code. And the second one, this is the basically the biggest disadvantages of the React. So if I want to create a React application, then what happens? The file is very large. We'll get a very large kind of the file. So everyone aware about that. If I'm executing that file on the local host, there will be no issue. That will execute finely. But here in real time, what happens? We'll deploy that into some particular server using some cloud service. So now here, what is the thing? if I want to deploy this kind of the website on the cloud, then it will take the huge kind of the space. It will take the huge kind of the space on the server. And obviously, if that is taking the huge kind of the space, then we need to pay them more. Because on the server what happened, we will pay as per the size, we'll pay as per the size. So now if I'm saying ki some, if you compare the Wikipedia web page, if you compare the Wikipedia web page, so that will take the less cost and less size on the server to deploy the code. And but if you take the single page application, that may be YouTube, that may be Facebook, it will take the lot of space on the server. So that's why what I'm saying, this is the it need a huge file size. It will create the huge file size. So that is the disadvantage of the React. So why React get the huge kind of the size? We'll discuss that when we perform the practical. So now we are going to move toward the first classroom activity. First, we are going to install the Node.js. Then we will create the first React application. We are going to create the first React application. I hope everyone get the clarity up to here. Why we are going to use the React? What is the purpose of using the React? Just everyone give me the thumbs up. Anyone just give me the thumbs up? Yeah. So now we will see how to create the React application. For that, just I'm doing the one thing. Just I'm opening our folder as usually in the work. What we have, I have one FDP, and in this FDP, what I'm just creating the new folder. I'm writing here day 3 workspace. I'm writing here day 3 workspace, and now I'm going to open this folder into the VS Code. I'm going to open this folder into the VS Code. But if I want to create the React application, then what we need, we require the Node.js. Node.js is nothing but the runtime environment. It will provide the runtime environment. So here what happens, if I want to create the React application, then what we require? We require the Node.js. Node.js is nothing but this is the runtime environment for the JavaScript. For the JavaScript program, है ना? Or we can say for the JavaScript program only, because we already have the React is the nothing but a library of the JavaScript. So now first one, the task, which task we are going to perform? We are going to install the React Node.js. We are going to install the Node.js. Now everyone just they can open the browser, and now just you can write down here Node.js download. I can just search in the Node.js download. So now see here what we get. I will get the option download Node.js. I think on the first day only, I'm already shared this link with everyone. I hope maximum people have a Node.js in a system. So now see here what happened. We'll get this kind of the window. Now in this window, what happened? We'll get the package manager, pre-built installer. Then I don't want any kind of the package manager. I will take the pre-built installer. So here what happened? No need to execute any kind of the command. Just you need to use the pre-built installer. Then you can execute in our system. Now here what happened? Which version I want? So just generally what happened? I will refer ki always just choose the LTS, long-term support. So what I'm suggesting, just every time just use the long-term support only. So don't select the current version. You can use the latest LTS or you can use the 18 as per your convenience. So now here what I'm taking the LTS kind of. And then here whatever I have Windows. That's why I'm taking for the Windows. If you have Mac, then you can take the Mac, Linux, then you can take the Linux. And now here running on the which processor. So now if you want to see the processor of your system, then you can see the processor as well. So just you can click on this PC and then you can click on the show more properties and here properties. Now for in my system, what I have a 64-bit operating system, and that is on the X64 base processor. So that's why I'm going to use the 64 base running time environment 64. Now you can check your operating system. If you have 64, you can use the 64. If you have 86, then you can use the 86 as per your computer requirement. Now just you can click simply on the download. You can just simply click on the download. You can simply click on the download, and then just you can click on the next, and just you can click on the install. So now after the installation, how to see that is installed properly or not? For that we have one command. So now here what I'm writing here, node hyphen version. What I'm writing here, node hyphen version. Now see, in my system I have already 20.14.0. So now this is easy task to install this one. Just you need to download. After download, just you need to click the next, then you need to click on the install, or you need to click on the finish. So that is a simple process. I think maximum people is aware about that. So now here what happened, we need to install the these things, and then we need to check the one npm hyphen version. So now here what happened, I will get the npm version as well. So this is stand for the node program manager. If you are not getting the npm version, obviously from the latest, with the latest 20.14 onward, we'll get the npm automatically. But in the previous version, what happened, if you want to take the npm, then we need to install that separately. So far we can execute the command npm install. There will be no issue. If you are not getting this one, then you can execute the one command npm install. So that will be install the npm in your system. So first one, just check these two things. So everyone, I hope everyone have this kind of the things available in the system. Just give me the thumbs up. If everyone have Node.js. Everyone done up to here? Just anyone give me the thumbs up. Then we can move toward the next. This is done about the how to download. So we have a documentation as well. I will send the documentation as well. I think you will all you already get the document on the LMS. Yeah, downloading. Yes. Now, sir, you can install that. No issue. What about the others? So now this one, how to download the npm. So now after downloading npm, what happened? The good thing, we are able to access that from the VS Code as well. So just like a Git, yesterday we see that how to access the Git from the command prompt. Now we can say how to. So now here we will get the node GUI, node command line interface as well. You can see here node command prompt. You can get the node command prompt as well. So this is the node command prompt. So we can execute the code here as well. So but generally what happened, I am always use the VS Code to execute the code. Now you have done up here. Now we will see how to create the React application. Now just you can click on open the VS Code, and now here what happened, you need to click on the terminal, and just we can click on the new terminal. Now here what happened, we will get the terminal, and in the terminal we need to see, we can see here node also. You can check the version. We can get the node command here also. You can see the npm hyphen version. I will get the node version as well. See, so now if I want to create the React application, then we need to take the use of the npx node program execute. So this is the one feature that is available in the node. So here, if you want to create any kind of the new program, then what happen? What we use, if you want to create any new React program, so then what happen? What we use the npx node program execute. So npx, what will be perform the npx? npx will be create the directory, or we can say create one repository for the React application. In that, what happen? So that will be the phase the data online only, and it will create the src source folder. It will create the different kind of folder. We'll discuss that after the creating the application. So now just I'm executing one command here. So now just I'm typing the command. So for that, what happened? Which command we have? We have a npx, then space create, then hyphen create React, and then app, and then we'll write down the application name. So what I'm writing here, demo app. I'm writing application name as the demo app, and just you can click on the enter. And here what happened, if you want to install this thing, then what happened, we need an internet connection as well. That is the compulsory, because here what happened, npx will be fetch the all really required file from the across the internet only, from the React official website. You will face the all things. See, now see what happened, we are getting the installation package. So now here we will get a demo app. Now you can expand this one. So first we will get the package.json file. Just we need to wait for the some time. It will install the, it will take the little bit time to execute the React code. So now just I'm copy pasting this comment. So now I can give it to commit npx create React app, and then you need to write down the application name, application -1 name. You can use the application. So you can execute this comment in the VS Code. It will take a little bit time because it is installing the all. So I'm already told you that key React have a, if you use any kind of React application that have a huge file size as compared to normal website, or we can say as compared to normal HTML folder. The good thing with the React, what happened? It will build a create the Git repository along with that. Means so here no need to write down the Git init method. Directly we can able to add. We can execute the add method. Git add. We'll discuss that later as well. There will be no issue. See, because here already we are getting the .git file. I mean directly here we can use the directly Git add. So if you want to add this kind of the file. See here what happened? We are getting the untracked because we still not upload that on the GitHub. See, so now after executing the each and everything, here we will get the one message. We suggest that you begin by the typing cd for the change directory, and then what happened? Demo app, and then what happened? You need to execute the npm start. Npm start is for the node program manager. So now when we start the application, so that npm will be interact with the server, and it will execute the each and everything at the runtime. It will provide the runtime environment. It will provide the real what is the word? npm provide the real-time support. Sorry, it will provide the real-time support to the code. Real-time support to the code. Suppose manually if you do any kind of the changes, no need to execute again this code. Just we need to press the Ctrl S. That will be reflected into the server. So that's we call the real-time support. I will discuss that thing also. There will be no issue. So now here what happened? We'll get the code. So now just what I'm writing here. See, now I want to go into the this one demo app. Here where we are into the workspace. Our cursor is available in the this directory. Now I want to insert into the demo app. So for that we have a Linux command, or we can say cd command, change directory command. Then what I'm writing here, change directory demo. So you can just no need to write down the all word. So just you can write down the DE, or we can say only initial word of the repository, and just click on the tab, and then what happens? It will take the demo app. So now just click on the enter. So just my point is just I will told you the more about that. So now suppose I'm creating, I have one another demo 2, demo app 2. Now I have this file as well. And so now see, now if you want to, so I'm going to the back CD. Just I'm going the back CD. Okay, I will create one another file. So I'm writing here advice app. I'm writing here advice app. Okay, now here what happened? We have a 3 file. So now I'm writing here cd double dot for the back. So now here what happened? Where we are into the workspace. Now I want to go into the demo app. So now just you can write down the cd and just write down the d. First tab. So what happened? We'll get a demo app. If I'm clicking the second tab, what happened? I'm getting the demo app too. So as per our convenience, we are able to move from the anywhere. So suppose I want to go into the advice. No need to write down the advice. Each and everyone just write down, type the A and just click on the advice app. So now we are going to enter into the advice app. So now here what happened? This one is our main application. Now I am to go into the main application. Now here what I'm writing? CD demo. Yes, demo app, and just click on the enter. Now we are into demo app. Now here we are in the demo app. Now we need to start this application. So for that we have a command npm node program manager. And what I'm writing here, start. Node program manager. What I'm writing here, I'm writing a start. It will take a little bit time. Now here we'll get our first application. Just wait for the 1 minute. So now see here what happened. Our application is working properly on the which on a local host 330. So now this is working. This is executing on the local host only. So now this one, how to install Node.js and how to execute the React.js application. I hope you will get the idea up to here. Anyone have any difficulty? Just they can give me the thumbs up. If you have any difficulty, you can put the query in the chat box. Otherwise, you can give me the thumbs up. Installation problem. So which kind of problem you are getting, sir? Can you share the screenshot? Can you share the screenshot, sir? Okay, I think Sandhya project is working properly. Now this is about the React. So now here we are done with the installation. Now here the most important thing, the React architecture. So now here just you can see here what we are getting the React architecture. Now we already aware about that. We are about that browser here what happened? Browser is able to understand only the HTML code. Are you getting my point? So browser only able to understand the HTML code, hai na? And browser will display the data that is available into the HTML. So, but here what happened? We are writing the code into the JavaScript, and then we are just transferring that into the HTML. Are you getting my point? So now here, see here, what happened? So if you want to see the flow, then what happened? We are going to create a React component using the HTML based markup language. And then what happened? We are just integrating that all React component into the one vertical React component. And then we will just transfer that toward the user component. For that, we have index.js file. I will told you that key, what is the index.js file and all kind of the things. Then what happened? We will send that to the React DOM render. So here what happened? For that, we have a index.html file. We have index.html. We are going to send that to the index.html. And then what happened? Index.html will be reflect that thing onto the virtual DOM. That thing will be reflected on the virtual DOM. And then after the virtual DOM will be hide the honest things, and that will be reflect on the real DOM, or we can say HTML DOM, or we can say on the browser DOM. So if I execute the code, then you will get the more understanding. And additionally, if you want to add any kind of React application, or we can say if you want to add any kind of the API, then we can add that API and we can push that API into the index.html as well. So that is the basically architecture of the React application. Now just we can see about the directory structure. Now we can see about the understanding the file structure of the HTML React. Now see in the React what happened? We'll get this kind of the things. And we'll get the this so much kind of the folder when we install the npm npx create React app. When we execute this function, then what happened? We'll get this kind of the folder. Now better we will discuss that onto the VS Code only. Just 1 minute. I'm just the escape button. And now I'm going to the VS Code. So now if I want to understand this one React structure. So now first one, what we have? Here we have first one, the main folder demo app. In the demo app, what happened? We get the two files. First one, we get the public file, and then second one, we get the SRC file. So now this is the simple concept. Can anyone told me what is the use of the SRC file and what is the use of the public file? Anyone? What is the SRC file? SRC stand for the source file. Public stand for the public. Anyone? Anyone, sir, ma'am?
No idea, sir.
No issue, ma'am. I will explain that thing. So now see here, what happened? We have two files. First one, we have public file. So what is the majorly public file does? So if I want to give the any kind of the code to the public, means here public, what we have client. So if I want to show the any code to the particular client only, then what happen? We will store that and that code into the public folder. And SRC stand for the source. So for example, now I want to store the backend code, or we can say, sorry, I have to store the component. Here what happened? I don't want to show the component to the user. Now here what happened? We are going to store that component into the source file. So now here, then if you arrange the code into this manner, then what will be happen? So npm will be understand. Sorry, npm node program manager will be understand key. Yes, I want to hide this code from the browser DOM. I want to hide this code from the browser DOM. And then I want to show the code. Which code only? The code that is available into the public. Now you can see in the public, we are getting the HTML file. Everyone got it? So now in the public, what happened? We are getting the HTML file. Now you can see in the public HTML file, what happened? We are getting the basic structure. And in the source, what happened? We are getting the app.js. And now I am already told you whatever we get, we'll get the index.js. This is the important things. So now index.js and the index.html. So now here, see, we execute this code. And now just what I'm saying, I'm just clicking on the show page source. Now in the page source, what happened? We are getting the only index.html, but I'm not getting the internal code. So now for the better understanding, we will do the little bit change in the code. Now here, just 1 minute. Now in the app.js, I will do the one change. The app.js, I'm just deleting this one, all unnecessary thing. And now just I'm writing here my code. I'm writing here h1 hello in a FDP, faculty development program. Hello in a FDP. Now control yes. I have already said that if you execute the npm, see what happened? It will automatically execute the code, and no need to compile the code again and again. So now here what happened? We are getting the one warning. There will be no issue. Line 1 byte logo is not used. Okay, no issue. We can delete this one file. You can delete this one file, and now you can warning doesn't matter. If you get the warning, there will be no issue, but you will get the issue when we get the any kind of the error. Now see here. Now here what happened? Next time what happened? We'll get the webpack compile successfully. And here you can see here we'll get we doesn't get the any kind of the error. Now you can see the code. Just 1 minute. Now here what happened? We are getting the hello in a FDP. What we are getting message hello in a FDP. Now I'm writing here view page source. So can anyone told me we are getting this one hello in a HDP? We are getting this one. We are getting this one h1 tag. We are getting this h1 tag. No. Now I will tell you the one thing again. Now I'm going to the index.html, and the first thing I'm just deleting the unnecessary data that is available. So I can just delete the just 1 minute. I'm deleting this one comment. So now you can see here we are getting the comment. I'm just deleting this one unnecessary comments. Understood? And now I'm deleting this one comment as well. Yes, sir. I'm deleting this comment as well. Now in the body, non-script is nothing but just like us. So now here, see, now in the body, what I'm writing here, I'm writing here h1 hello in a FDP from public. Now you can just break the control yes, and now you can see the output. Now here see what do we get? Hello in a FDP from the public. And now you can see view page source. You can see the view page source. Now here see in this one here what happened? In a public, what happened? We are getting the h1 tag. I can little expand this one. So now see what happened? We are getting the hello in a FDP from the public. We are getting this one. Why? Because this is available into the public folder. And this, if you write in any kind of the file into the public, then what happens? A key react, or we can say npm will understand. Yes, I want to show this entire code to the public. And now see, but we are not getting the this one. Hello in a FDP. Why? Because we write down this one into the app.js. So if you want to see the root of this FDP, then what happened? We are getting this thing from this ID. We are getting that from this ID. ID equal to root. I hope you will get the idea up to here. I hope you will get the idea up to here. So now just what happened? What can we do? So in the generally what happened if we create a React application, we doesn't write down the any kind of the things into the HTML. Just we write down the things into the SRC. You didn't get the idea up to here. So now just we'll understand about the index.html file. So now in the index.html file, what we have, see, this is non-script means this will not be the reflected on the web source, not a comment as well, or not any kind of the things. If you use the non-script tag, then what happens? This will not reflected into the page. So this is the just kind of the secret kind of the command. So if you write down any kind of the command, that will be reflected into the browser DOM. But if you write in the non-script tag, this will not be the reflected into the browser DOM. So that is the basically thing. Now here, see in the div tag, what happened? We take the one ID, and what I'm writing here, root. So means all things we already discussed, that is the JavaScript get element by ID. And so here what happened? So here we are reflecting the things that is available into the root. Now we will see the root variable is where. So now that is available into the SRC, and in the SRC we have one file index.js. Now you can see in the index.js, I'm just deleting this one unnecessary. These unnecessary things. So now see here, you can see here what happened. So we have a constant root, react DOM, create the root, document, get element by ID. And हमने क्या लिखा यहाँ पे? ID is the root. So means यहाँ पे see, here we create the one variable, and here what happened? We are getting the get element by ID. What is the root? And now see, this root is reflected into the HTML. So means the simple thing, the content that is available into the index.js file, that will be reflected into the onto the front end. Are you getting my point? So now see here also we insert one app.js. Now just man for the some time, I'm just removing the app.js, and now you can see this code. Now here what happened? Just now here what happened? What am I getting? I'm getting the blank. Are you getting my point? So now here we can see that this one app.index.js is just like a CPU of our computer. So means here what happened? We integrate the, or not a CPU, we can say motherboard. That will the good word. This is the motherboard kind of the things. So here what happened? We will integrate the CPU with the motherboard. So now here what happened? So what is the CPU here? In my scenario, the CPU is the app.js file. Now instead of the app.js file, what I'm writing here? Suppose I'm writing here h1 hello in a index.js. Now you can just press the Ctrl S. Now you can see the output. So whatever we are getting the things that is available into the index.js. But here what happened? We don't generally write down the any kind of the code into the index.js as well. So here what happened in the index.js, what happened? We render the code. We render the code that is available into the app.js. That is available into the app.js. So now if I to import this one here, so what we need to write down? We need to write down the tag. In the tag, what happened? We need to write down the file name. So now you can see in the app.js, what is the sorry, we need to write down the function name. What is the function name here? App. Are you getting my point? So that's why into the index.js, what I'm writing here? App. What I'm writing here? App, and then I'm closing this tag. So here what happened? I'm taking the component as a tag into the index.js. Now see here what happened? We get the app, and now you can see here we write down the one thing, import app from the app, because this is available in the different file. So if you want to take any kind of the component, we are already aware about that. So what happened? We need to import that file into the program as well. So now This will see now. Here we will write down the here app and we import that file here as well. Now you can just control yes, and now you can see here what happened. We'll get the hello into the FTP. So now if you want to understand the simple scenario, what is the scenario here? We write down the all code. We write down the all code into the app component. And then what happen? We will render that app component with the help of the method here, where into the index.js, and into the index.js, what we have one render method. And then what happen? This render method store the entire things into the root variable. Are you getting my point? So now that will store into the all thing into the root variable with the help of the get. That will store into the root variable, and now this root variable we will be take into the index.html. So that is the scenario, index.html. So that's why index.html is available into the public. And here I want to hide this all code from the end user. That's why we write down into the src. So that is the generally scenario of the application, of the React application. I hope everyone get done understood properly up to here. Anyone just give me the thumbs up. No, sir, please delete the all dependency. ये कर दे दो. I hope everyone get the idea up to here. Just anyone give me the thumbs up. I'm audible, Uma?
Yes, Rishikesh.
So now this is about it. Now we'll move toward the next thing. Now here what happened? We have a feature of the Reacts. So now, so if you want to discuss the feature of the React, then what happened? We already discussed that React is the component base. So here we are able to create the all application, all files into different component, right? And then we use the JavaScript JSX. If you want to write down the HTML code into the React, then what happened? We use the JSX, and then here we will get the good kind of the performance. And here in the code, maximum code we have into the JavaScript. That's why we'll get the simplicity kind of the things. And then what happened? We'll get the virtual DOM. We will discuss about the virtual DOM. And then here what happened? We have a one-way data binding as well. So we all bind the all data into the app.js file. That's we call the one-way data binding. So that is the thing. Yes, sir. Basavaraj sir, any problem? Okay. So now see, then where we need to understand the two things. So essential things to understand the React.js. We already discussed about this so much about the DOM. Now, so here what is the JSX? JSX is the JavaScript XML. So if you want to write down the HTML code into the React, for that what we use the JSX. So now just without wasting the time, just I'm writing the one simple example here. Now you can see just I'm taking the app.js file. Just I'm closing the all things. So now in the app.js, what happened? Instead of the writing this thing, what I'm writing, so this one is the entire HTML code. So now suppose if I'm writing only one line, if I'm writing here only one line, I'm writing here hello in FTP. So that will be the execute properly. Now see, that will be executed properly, successfully. Hello in FTP. But if I'm writing the second line as well, h2 hello at Edonet. So now see here what happened? We are getting the error. Now you can press the Control S. Now you can just read this error. So now here what we are getting the error? You see parsing error. Adjacent JSX element must be wrapped into the enclosed tag. Are you getting my point? So here what happened? So in the JavaScript, we are able to write down the only one file. One HTML element. If I want to write down the multiple HTML element, then what happened? We need to wrap into the JSX element. So now for that, JSX is simple. Here what happened? We need to take the opening and curly brace tag without the writing the any kind of the element inside this one. So now just now see. If you want to write down the multiple line code, then we can able to write down the multiple line code over here. So now you can press on the Control S. Now you can get this one. Now see now here what happened? We're not getting the any kind of the error run successfully. And now we get the output as well. So now here we need to write down the curly brace. The here we'll get the one exception in that tag. What happened? We are able to use the only div tag. Huh? So if you write down, if you use the any kind of the other tag, then what happened? Definitely you'll get the error. Sorry. So here, see, we are able to write down the div tag. But if you write down any kind of other tag, then what we'll get? We'll get the error. So that is the thing. So here we can do that kind of things. And so if I'm writing this one, this kind of the tags that we were saying, we are wrapping the HTML code into the JSX. We are wrapping the HTML code into the JSX. Simple here. If you don't get understood, that is the use of the JSX. And then here already the virtual about the virtual DOM. So here what happened? We already discussed that we have two kind of the DOM. We have a two kind of the DOM. So motamati, if you want to see the difference between the virtual browser DOM and the virtual DOM. So browser DOM is, we can say this is the real DOM. This is the real DOM. And then this one is the replica. Or we can say replica, or we can say clone of the virtual DOM. And then second one, what happened? Here we are able to do the direct manipulation, DOM manipulation. Here what happened? The DOM manipulation will be happen the directly. But here what happened? DOM manipulation will be happen indirectly. So now what happened here will be that will be happen the DOM manipulation indirectly, and that will be reflected into the browser DOM. We already discussed that things. So indirectly means I will told you that thing also. So now see here what we write down here, hello in a PDF, FDP, and hello in the internet. So here what happened if I'm opening this one? So this one is the virtual DOM. We'll get the virtual DOM up to the index.js. So when I jump on the index.js, what happened? Up to the here we have a virtual DOM. But when we jump on the index.html, here what we get? We'll get the real-time DOM. Yes, Uma?
So actually, one of the faculty was difficulty to understand this filing. What are the different various files? Just give them a little recap.
The various file. Okay, no issue. Up to still here, sir, we doesn't write down the any kind of the file. Just we are doing the changes. So now see, if we install the npm now, just I'm closing this all things. So if you execute the npx, then what happened with the along with the npx, we get the this one kind of the folder. I'm deleting this one as well. See, we already initially we execute the one Control C. In this, I'm just terminating the terminal. Just terminating the terminal. Now just I'm clearing the terminal. So now here what happened? When we start this one React application, that time what happened? We use this command npx create React app. When we execute this command, what happened? Then with the help of that, we get this one. But here there is the one thing we need to execute this one into the workspace only. So now there's one you can do this thing. So now here you can execute this command. npx create React app DOM application. So when we execute this command, so here what happened? We'll get this DOM app application, and in that application, if I'm opening this one, so now we will get the two file public, and then what happened? We will get the src. We'll get this one ready-made code. There will be no issue. Now here what happened? We need to manipulate only the app.js file. We need to manipulate the app.js file. Remain file, no need to do any kind of the changes. Are you getting my point? So now here in the integral HTML, what happened? So that will be the range the things that is available into the index.js, and index.js will be range the thing that is available into the app.js. So here what happened? We make the only one change here. Here what happened? Initially we have this kind of the code here. I think just I don't know. Okay, now you will take the code this again or not. So now see, initially what happened? We have this kind of the code. We have this kind of the code. You can execute now here. See, now I want to start this application. Then again, cd demo app. I'm executing the demo app. Now what I'm writing here, npm start to start the application. What I'm writing, npm start. See here what happened. If I execute the npm start, it will take a little bit time. So now see what happened. Hello will get the hello in a FDP. But previously, if you execute that properly, then what happened? We'll get the React symbol here. Now here we change the React symbol with the FDP. Now if I want to write down the code into the return, then what happened? We need to take the JSX. We need to wrap the HTML code into the JSX. If you want to wrap the HTML code into the JSX, then what happens? Just you need to take the tag without any kind of the tag name. So now this one, now I'm just wrapping the all HTML code into the JSX. Hello in P. In suppose I'm writing here H2. Hello in H2. Hello in H2. And now just you can press on the Control S. Now we'll get this kind of the output. Hello in HP and hello in H2. I hope get the clarity, sir, now. npm install npm mirror. The command on the npm install. Yeah. Okay, everyone done. Everyone get the idea up to here? Just give me a thumbs up. Install error. So, sir, can you do the one thing? Okay, just do the one thing. First, we will complete the class component. Then you can share your screen. Then I will resolve that problem. No issue. So just you need to execute the npm install only. That will be installed automatically into the command prompt. If you are not getting the just in the command prompt, just check the node npm hyphen version. npm hyphen version. Okay, and if you are not getting the version, so then what happens? You need to write down the npm install this command. We need to write down the npm install this command. Simple. Now after executing this command, you will get the version of your system. I hope you get the idea, sir. Now this one is about the application. Now this is the main thing from the browser DOM to the virtual DOM. And so now there is the one thing we need to understand here. If the interviewer asks any kind of the question to the student, what is the virtual DOM will be used by the HTML, or we can say front-end programming languages, and the virtual DOM will be used by the React. And here what the one thing, JavaScript also use the browser DOM only. Only the React, or we can say only the React libraries only use the virtual DOM. So that is the thing basically here. Because JavaScript also to come into the programming language. So that use the virtual DOM. Now then after that, what happened? This was the important concept. So now component. We already discussed that component is nothing but a small chunky part of the UI. Component means small chunky part of the UI. Hai? So now we can say this is the reusable code. This is the reusable code block of the UI element. Hai? They represent a different part of the web page and the content, both structure and the behavior. They may be smaller to the JavaScript function and make with the create the managing the complex user interface. Now there is the one thing. So component only there will be the possible. This is the only one line code, or we can say this one is the large code as well. There will be the possibility. Hai? So means in the component what happen, we can create only one line code, or we can create a multiple line code. So yes, we are getting this one only. See, this is the down into the smaller, or into the reusable place, or we can say this is in the large page as. So there will be no issue. Hai? Component let you split UI into the independent reusable pieces. So here what happened? So here we already discussed the portfolio. If you want to develop the contact, then we can create one contact component so that you can use that into the different things, and that will be work into the isolation. Isolation means I think everyone heard about the asset property. Asset property of the JavaScript, asset property of the database. Isolation means each and every component will be work into the separately. They will doesn't क्या कहेंगे हम interact with the other component. Are you getting my point? So that will be execution will be executed separately. Yes, but we can call the one component to the another component. But this component also work the separately. I will told you that thing also into the practical. Now here you can see into the okay. So the component is a piece of the UI user interface that may be used the own logic appearance. A component can be based on the small as a button or large as the entire page. So that is the things. So maybe code kya hoga, maybe the small one-liner code, or we can say that is the large page as well. There will be the possibility. And now if you want to understand the component, basically we divide the component, or we can say React divide the component into the two things. First one, we have a function component, and second one, we have a class component. On the according the requirement, we are going to use the function component and we are going to use the class component. And now see, here we are going to perform the one classroom activity. First one, we write down the code for using the function component, and then we are going to use the what is the nested component, and then again we will perform the activity how to use the class component and how to perform the activity into the nested component. Then I will told you the what is the isolation and what is the all I will told you the all kind of the things. There will be no issue. Okay, so now here we'll perform the first one, first practical. Here we'll perform the hands-on, the create the functional component into the React JS. So now here I'm going to create the functional component. I think my screen is visible to everyone. So now if I want to create the function component, then what happened? I'm just opening the app.js. So in the app.js, just I'm removing this one things. Now I'm going to create the one function component. So now here we have already one function component. So now just I'm creating one another function component. Now what I'm writing here, I'm writing here function. What I'm writing here function, and I'm writing here demo. This is syntax. Then I think you know about the function. So if I'm writing this kind of the structure, that what we call the function. So here what happened, we take the function. And so in the function, I want to this function should be return the some kind of the value. Now what I'm writing, I'm going to return the value. I'm going to return the value. This one, and then see same as the function component. See here, whatever I'm going to return the one value, and in this value, what I'm writing here, this thing. I'm just writing the one component. What I'm writing here, p. Hello in a demo function component. Hello in a demo function component. What I'm writing here, hello in a demo component. So now see here what happened, what we take the one from component. Now here what we are getting the one warning. There will be no issue. If you get any kind of warning, there will be no issue. Now here I want to call this demo inside this one app. Here what happened, because here what happened, we will call the all component inside the app only, and then app will be rent that component towards the index and index.js, and index will transfer toward the index.html. That is the flow. Now if you want to call this one demo, then simple what happened, we will take the tag of the HTML. Then I'm writing here demo, and yes, just I'm closing this one. Now you can see here. Now just you can press on the Control S, and now you can. What happened? Return. Just 1 minute. I think we doesn't take the import this one. Okay, we can do the one thing. We can create the component into the different. There will be no issue. Just deleting this one. And now I'm writing here demo. Don't want this one as the export default. I'm writing here h1 in a demo. Demo will define but not use. Okay, so I'm writing here. Now I will get the demo. So now you can see here. Now here what happened in the demo function component, we'll get the output into the demo function component. Now, okay, don't worry, I will explain these things. So now here what happened? So basically what happened if I want to create the component, I want to just take the one demo component and here we can write down the one file code or we can write down the large file code as well. And then what happened? I will take this one into the demo. So means what happened? We will take the complexity where it is the complexity. Right? So now here what happened? If I want to use the demo, the particular demo only, then what happened? I will take the this one function demo. And then again, we can do the one thing. I'm going to create the one another function. I want to tell you the reusability demo one. And then what I'm writing here, return. What I'm writing here, return. Return. What I'm writing here, div. Just we can take the bracket. And here I'm writing here, p tag in a demo one. I'm writing here in a demo one. Now just I want to call the second one only. Then what we can do is in the app.js, we can call the only second one. I don't want to call the first one. Just I want to call the second one. This I'm just calling the demo one. See, just now what I'm doing, I'm just calling the demo one. Now you can see here, just I'm calling the demo one. So now here we are able to create the function as a component. So if I'm taking the function keyword for creating the component, that's we call the function as a component. So now here what happened? Generally, we doesn't write down this kind of the function component. For that, what happened? We generally create the separate file. So now for that, just in the src, just now I'm creating one folder. So now I'm writing here, I'm giving the folder name function component. Function components. What I'm doing, I'm just giving the folder name function component. Now here what happened? We'll get the function component. And now I'm deleting this all one. Why? Because in the app.js file, we just write down the only app.js component. Now just I'm deleting this one also. I'm deleting this one also. Now here in this particular folder, I'm going to create the one function. So now here what I'm writing here, suppose I'm writing here. Company name.js. What I'm writing here, company name.js. So I'm creating one component, company name.js. So now see here we have two things. We can directly create the function. So here what I'm writing here, function. Then what I'm writing here, company name. Company name. And then what I'm doing, I'm just writing the return. What I'm doing, I'm just writing the return. And in this return, what I'm writing, this I'm writing the company name. So what I'm writing here, company name. So suppose I'm taking the S2 tag and what I'm writing here, Edunet Foundation. Foundation. So now this one, what we get, we'll get the company name, Edunet Foundation. So now here, see, there is the one thing. If I'm writing the any function in the different file, then we need to write down the export to default. What I'm writing here, export to default. Export to default. And then what we need to write down, we need to write down the application component names. What I'm writing here, component name. So now here, if I'm writing a multiple function, then at least we need a one common component. I think we learned that into the Java. So here what happened, if I want to compile the any kind of the file, then what happened? Generally, we use the file name and then class name same. So this kind of the concept. So what happened? I'll take the company name and here see. Now I want to call this component inside the app.js. So now for this, what we do, we'll just write down here company name. or we can say application name, company name, and this one close. Now you can just press the control yes. Now here will we get the one error. See, we are not getting any kind of the output. Why? Because we need to import that company name here as well. We need to import that company name here as well. So now for that, what I'm doing, just I'm clicking on the import. What I'm importing company name from the function component. Now, just you can see here, just click on the control yes. Company name define, never use. I think spelling यहाँ पे. Okay. So now just a control yes. Why I'm getting this company name define what the mouse is. Company defined but not used. Okay. Don't worry, I can do the one thing. So here, if you get any kind of the error, then what happened? We can write down the reactive function component RFC and just press on the enter. Now here we'll get the company name, and now just I'm writing the H1 Internet Foundation. Now I'm going to import that one again. Import company name of the company. Now here what I'm writing, just I'm writing this one company name. Happened. Okay, we can do the one thing. If we take the capital letters, yes. Just 1 minute, I will create this file again. I think we are getting some problem with my Node.js. I'm just deleting this file. And now in the function component, I'm writing the new file. I'm writing here new file company. I'm just creating one file company.js. So now I'm just creating the function component. For that, we can use the short emit. So RFC, reactive function component. So now here, whatever, we'll get the export default React function component. And I'm writing here H1 Internet. I'm writing here Internet Foundation. And now I'm going to import this one again. Import company from the company. And now now we are getting, see now we are not getting the faint. So now here what happened, this executes successfully. Now here what happened, we will get the company name. I hope you will get the clarity. So now what happened here, we create the only one function. I hope you will get the clarity in the function component. Just give me the thumbs up. Now this one we call the function component. Now here what happened, we can able to call the variable as well. So now here, instead of taking the company name directly, what happened, I'm going to create the one variable const. I'm writing here company, or we can say organization, org. I'm writing here organization. I'm just taking the name Edunet. Organization, I'm taking the Edunet Foundation. Organization name, I'm taking the Edunet Foundation. And now instead of the writing here Edunet Foundation, what I'm writing here company name. And that will be reflected here company name into the curly brace. What I'm writing here org. I'm writing here organization. Now you can see here, and now here in the company, suppose if I'm taking the one thing, we can say I'm writing here H1. Now for the understanding, I'm writing here company. Okay, and just I will take this one with the p tag. If you take the H1 tag, this will be the little bit bold. So what I'm writing here, company equal to internet. So now you can see here. So now here what happened? Company name, what we get? Internet Foundation. So now if I want to apply the CSS, then we can apply the CSS as well. So now into the app.js, what I'm doing? So now here I'm just writing the div tag. What I'm writing here, I'm writing here div tag. And then here also I'm writing the div. And now here, so we have already one app.js file. You can see here we have index.js and we have app.css file. So now I'm opening the app.css file. Now I want to apply this feature to the my file. So now here what I'm writing here, app header. I want to use this one, app header, control.css. So now here, just I'm writing here in the app.js, I'm writing here class. So here in the JavaScript, instead of the class, we write down the class name in the double quotation. But I'm writing here app header, and you can press the control yes. Now here, okay, I think this is not applied. So now here again, I'm writing here class name equal to app. Here I'm writing here. So now here what happened? We have a do to see in the CSS. What I am? So if I'm applying the app, then what happened? That will be become the central. And if I want to this kind of the property, then what happened? I am applying the this one. So now see here what we get the all thing into the organized banner. So in the React, with the React, we'll get the some kind of the CSS file along with the React as well. There will be no issue. I hope you will get the idea up to here. Multi-class component. Then we have a second thing. We have a nested function component. Okay, so we will perform this practical, then we will take the lunch break. So now here what happened? We will take the only single component. And so nested component. What is the nested component actually? So if I'm taking the one another component in this component, what happened? That we call the nested component. Now you can just see the scenario here. What happened? We have app.js. We have app.js, and then what happened? We have a company.js. So in the company.js, this one is the component. Yes, Uma?
Yes, I think it's already 1:07, so we can give a lunch break and then we can continue.
Can we complete this one? We'll take up to the 3 minute, then we will conclude this one.
Okay, okay. Faculty was asking that, so yeah. Okay, sure.
Yes, but if you complete this topic, na, then we can start from the next topic in the after the lunch. Okay, just I will just wind up into 2 minutes, okay? Without just explaining so much, just I want to do the one thing. So now see here, what I'm doing, I'm just creating the one nested. So now for that, just I'm creating one another component, and what I'm writing here, new file. Suppose I'm writing here tracks.js. Tracks.js, and now I'm creating the function React function component. Now see in the tracks, suppose I'm writing here tracks. Okay, so just I'm taking the tracks. Suppose I'm writing here P. We have a month track. Then we have a AIML track. We have a AIML track. And just okay, we'll take the only two tag. Okay, now here what happened nested. So now if I'm just calling this track into the company and I'm sending all that toward the app.js, that's we call the nested. Now I'm going to call this one into the company. Now here after the organization, then what happened? What I'm writing here, suppose I'm just trying to call in the track. So now here what I'm writing, just I'm writing here track. So now see what I'm taking, I'm just taking the tracks. So now see, if I'm taking the tracks here, automatically what will happen? This is going to import the dot tracks. Now here you need to understand the one thing. So we are from the track, we are taking the component in the company. So that's why in the company we import the this one track. Now you can see this code. Now here what happened? We'll get the MERN and AIML. MERN and AIML. So now see, here what happened? We import the track inside the company. Why? Because we have a nested component. In this nested component, we write down the some kind of component, and this component we are taking into the company.jss, and this component we are taking into the app.jss. Okay? So now this is the this component is the sub component of the app.js, and this is the track is the nested component of the app.js. I hope you can get the understood properly. So this is about the nested component, nested function component. So now we can do the one thing. We will take the lunch break. Then we will continue after the lunch break. Uma will be share the attendance link, sir. Uma, can you share the attendance link?
Yes, I'm just sharing.
Okay. Okay, then Uma, we can take the break. We'll
Yes.
start the session on the 1:40 now.
1:40 we can join.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, faculties. Thank you. Bye. Faculties will wait for other 5 more minutes and then we will start the session. Okay.
Yeah, we'll wait for the 1 minute, then we'll start the session. Okay, in the meantime, if anyone want to complete this last code, they can complete this last code as well. We'll wait for the 1 minute, then we'll start the session. So this one is the function component. We already created that one. Here, okay, we are going to start a new topic. Just I want to add the something here, then we'll get the more understanding. Okay, we'll wait for the new topic. We'll wait for the 5 minute, then we'll start the class as a component. So here we can what we can. So here in this code in the company, what we take here, we take the constant as the variable. Here we can the array as well. So if you want to define the things in the array, then we can do that thing as well. So for that, just I'm creating the simple array here. Const, what I'm writing here, tracks. Const, what I'm writing here, tracks. So instead of writing this tracks here, what I'm writing here, month. Then here in the we need to write down in the double in the single quotation. We have a month. Then we have a track AIML. Then if you want to add the one another, then we have IoT, Internet of Things. Then again, you can add the one another one. Suppose I'm adding this here, cloud service, cloud computing, CC. And so we can do that category things also. So instead of the doing this thing, we can take the any kind of the HTML, just like I think suppose we can take the order list, we can take the unordered list as for convenience. I'm writing here list. And in the list, suppose I want to call this one first. Then what happens? We will use the curly brace. And then suppose I'm calling the this one tracks. Now I think everyone know about the indexing in the array. So I want to fetch the first one. Then what I'm writing here 0. Then I want to extract the second one. What I'm writing here, I'm writing here 1. Then I want to extract the third index. So what I'm writing here 2. The last we have a n minus 1. So here last one whatever we have a 3. Then what happens? We can write down the tag thing. We can do that kind of the things as well. So now we can press on the control yes, and now you can see just refresh this one. Now see here what happened. We get the all thing into the list. Well, I will take to the 100. I will take to the 100. Then you will get the all things. So here see what happened. We can do that kind of the things as well. So this is the example of the nested. Just anyone want to complete this code, they can complete this code as well. How many faculties we have? 48. So anyone, any difficulty up to here, up to the function component? Just if there is no any difficulty, you can give the thumbs up as well. Uma, am I audible properly?
Yes, Rishikesh, audible.
Yeah, I think it's already 147. Can we start? Or
Yes,
now
we
faculty
can.
we have only 45 faculties we have only.
Yes, I'll just put a message again in the WhatsApp group. In the
Okay.
meanwhile, faculties, you can give the answer for this poll. Just check, Rishikesh, whether it is visible.
Okay. Visible, no issue. If some faculty is not able to take the poll, they can just give the answer in the chat box as well.
Yes.
No need to write down the all things. Suppose if you're thinking option A is correct, just write down the A, B, or C.
I hope everyone is back, right? Can I get some thumbs up? So what is the primary purpose of using the create React app command in React.js? To set up a new React project with a pre-configured development environment, or to install Node.js, or to compile JSX into the JavaScript.
Sir, if you're not able to submit a vote, then you can just write down the answer in the chat box. If you're thinking answer A is correct, A, just write down the A, B, C, that kind of the things. Yeah, very good. So we get the answer from the Pawan sir. Yes, the correct answer is the A. We use the npx create React app command to create the React application. Okay, Uma, I think we can start now. It's already 150.
Okay. Thank you for the answers, faculties. Yes, you
Okay,
can
now
start.
here. So now just 1 minute, I'm sharing my screen. So here what happened? We already performed the here we already performed the create the function code, and we already performed the nested function code. Now we're going to use the class as a component. So now for that, first we perform the one practical using the class component, and then we'll take the nested class component. So the simple thing, instead of the function, now here what we are going to use, we are going to use the class. Now just I'm closing this unnecessary files. And now see here, I'm just creating another component in the src. Now I'm clicking on the new folder. I'm writing here class components. I'm creating one folder class component and just you can click on the enter. And now in this class component, I'm writing here creating new file. So new file, just I'm just creating programs.js. Programs.js. So what I'm writing here, programs dot, or we can say just I'm writing the program.js. So now just click on the enter. Now here what do we get? We get the program. So now here you can see here in the function component in the company.js, what happened? What we take? We take the function. We take the function. Now if I want to create the class, then what happened? Instead of the function, what we use the class. So now if I want to create the class, then we have a shortcut emits as well. So in the program, just you need to write down the React class component. RCC, just write down the React class component. And here we will get the ready-made boilerplate code for the React class component. So now just there is the one we are getting the one little bit difference between the function component and the class component. So in the class component, what happened? We are getting the one method render method, and this method is returning the something. But in the function component, what happened? We are creating one function component, and this function component returning the some value. We everyone aware about that. If I want to execute any kind of the code, or if I want to give the any kind of the return, then what happen? Always the class is not able to give the any kind of the return. For that we need a function, or we can say method is only applicable to give the some kind of the return in the form of the variable or in the form of the data. So now in this return, what I'm writing suppose here, I will take the s3 tag, and then I'm writing here program name TSP. What I'm writing here, program name TSP. Now here what do we get? We get a program name. So now this one program I want to call into the app.js as usual. So here what happened? So here what I'm doing, first one we need to import that program. Import what? Program from the class component program. And then here after the company, we can do the one thing for separating the code. Just I'm writing the, so here we'll get the good kind of the separation. Now here I'm just calling the program. I'm just calling the program. So now just you can place on the Control S, and now you can see here what we get. We get a program name TSP. So this is the this program is the nothing but a class component. Now there is another difference between the class component and the function component. Now everyone just to see in the company what happened. We are just importing the React from the React. Are you getting my point? So now if you want to create the function, then we are enough with the React class, or we can say we are enough with the React library. But if you want to take the class, then what happen? Along with the React, we need to import the component as well. So its component is nothing but we can say this is the library. In that library, we have a class function is available. So using that class, we are able to create the function. So that is I think you know about in the Java programming, we have different kinds of the library. And so if you import that library, then what happen? We are able to use the some kind of the function. So for that example, we have a scanner class that is available into the Java in out kind of the library. So if you want to use the scanner class, then what happen? You need to import that file as well. You need to import that repository as well. So here we are going to do the same thing. So now for that, if you want to use the class component, along with that, we need a component library also, or we can say component class as well. So that is the thing. So now here, instead of this thing, what happened? What we can do? Just we can create the variable const. What I'm writing here, program. What I'm writing here, program equal to what I'm writing here, take suction program. What I'm writing here, take suction. Here take suction. And now if you want to call this program over here, then what I'm writing here, I'm just taking the p tag, or we can say if I want to write down into s3, I'm taking the s3 tag, and then I'm writing here, okay, we'll take the p tag. We'll take the p tag, and here I'm writing here program name. Program name. In the program name, so just curly brace, just give the curly brace and just call the program. Just call the program. Now you can just see this one. So now here what happened, we'll get the program name text section. We'll get the program name text section. Now same, we can create the nested class as well, class element. Now for that, here what happened, here again I'm creating the new file, and here I'm writing here content. What I'm writing here, content.js, content.js, content.javascript. So now here, if you want to take the, here I am to create the nested class as the function, class as the component. So now here React class RCC, just type the RCC, and here you will get the ready-made boilerplate code for the RCC, React class component. Now here we will do the same thing. We can create the one const array for the contents, and then here what are we going to learn? We are going to learn first one, front-end development. We are learning the front-end development, then we are learning the back-end development, then we are learning the integration of that thing, full stack development, and then again if you want to write down the cloud computing, or we can say database management. We are going to learn about the database management as well. So we are going to learn this kind of the things in our course. So we created that array. So now if you want to take one, you can, so now previously we take the list. So here you can take the different thing. I can take the table as well here. There will be no issue in the table. Suppose I'm writing here table head, or we can say just write, I'm writing here table row. First one I'm writing here table head, and here what I'm writing here, suppose I'm writing here chapter number. Then I'm writing here table head, and I'm writing here chapter name. I'm writing here chapter name. We can do that thing as well. And now I want to take the data from the array. So now here what I'm writing here, table data. First one chapter name is the 1, and then td table data. What I'm just doing, I'm just taking the curly brace, and then whatever I'm just calling the content from the 01 index. So what I'm writing contents, and then I'm taking the 0 first one content, and then just I'm taking the one another row. Now here what I'm writing here chapter 2. For that, I'm writing here indices second, and then here I'm writing here chapter 3, and then what I'm writing here content 2, and then I'm taking the last one content. I think how many 0, 1, 2, 3. Yes, we have 3 chapters. Taking the 4th one, and then index will be the 3rd. You got it. So now see here what happened, or what we get this one. So we already discussed that key here. The component should be the one-line code, or we can say there is a large code as well. There will be no issue. So we can able to write down the multiple things. Now we can see the output. Yeah, still we doesn't get the output. Why we still not get the output? Can anyone told me? We are pending with the output. Why? Anyone just give me the response in the chat box. We are still pending with the output. Why are not getting this table into the main function? Just give me the response quickly. Why? Because still we doesn't import this one content into the program. So now see here what happened if I want to import this one into the program. Then what happened? First one I'm writing here import. What I'm writing here import. What I'm writing here content. Import content from the content. And now I want to take this one content over here. What I'm doing, I'm just taking the content over here. Now this running successfully. Now here what happened? We will get the chapter 1, and what we get, we will get the content as well. So this is the function component and the class as the component. In the class as the component, what is this? Then extra tab, whatever we need to take the render method. In the render method, what happened? We are going to write down the return. Render method will be return the some component that may be one line, or that may be multiple lines. That may be large code. It's different. I hope you will get the proper idea up to here. Anyone just give me the thumbs up. If you're not getting any difficulty, then we can resolve here, no issue. Thank you, sir. So this is about the class. Now here, what is the difference between class component and function component? We need to understand where we are going to use the class component, where we are going to use the function component, function as a component. See, now here, see, function component here, what happened? If you want to create a simple UX, है ना? Then what happened? Just we want to render the user interface only. Or we can say here, if I'm to say into the simple word, just I want to render HTML content. Just I want to render HTML content. Then what happened? We use the function as the component. And then suppose the code is the complex. And with that I want to add the some kind of the listener. I want to add the states. I want to add the hooks kind of the concept. For that time, what happened? We use the class as the component. So simple. If I want to just render UX things, means statics kind of the things, then what happens? We use the function as the component. And if you want to render the dynamic kind of the things, or we can say complex kind of thing, then what happens? That time we use the class as the component. And so ideal for the presentational component, and this is the more complex logic and the interaction. So if I want to write the more logic, then what we use the class as the component. So that is the major difference between the function component and the class component. So now just simple, if you are using the variable, if you are using the array, then we don't definitely use the function as the component. But if you are using the state kind of the things, then what happens? We use the class as the component. So that is the difference between that two things. And now here we'll discuss about the props. So now what is the prop? This is the important things also. So props is nothing but a variable. And a React element represent a user defined. See, props is stand for the properties. है ना? So that is the read only property. Properties we can say just like a variable, just like a variable, and that variable to only read means property is the constant only. So if we enter the any property one time, then what happened? We are not able to change the property. So means that's work like the just a simple variable, constant variable kind of the things. We already learned that in the constant variable, what is the const, what is the list in the JavaScript. So if you want to take the any kind of the constant property, है ना? So now here what happened in the props, we are able to take this one element as well, a property as the element as well, or we can say variable, or we can take the object as well. We can take the object as well. Obviously, if I take the object, in what happen? We're able to take the multiple variables, or we can say we are going to wind up the multiple variables and method. You know? So here we can call the using the property, we can call the single element, or we can call the object as well. You know? So props argument, if you want to use the props, then we need to pass the props as the argument into the function component, or we can say into the component. So if I'm writing here any component, then what happens? Suppose I'm writing here function app, then what happens? We need to pass the props. We need to pass the props. So that is the things. And the props are immutable. I'm already told you that key, this is the constant. If you want to change this one, immutable means we are unable to change the props. That is the fixed kind of the things. So if you want to any kind of the static variable, then what happen? We can say if you want to any immutable variable, immutable object, then what happen? We use the property, and a property are pass the component via HTML attribute. So we'll discuss that how to pass the props via the HTML attribute as well. So just on this point, just you need to understand the one thing. Props is the unmutable, and just we are what we are doing. We are able to pass the props from the child to parent. That is the things. Then here we have an activity about the props, and along with that props, whatever we have a state as well. So reverse was the state. Here we are able to state is the mutable, and we are able to change the state as well. Ubuntu will perform the practical at the same time. In the React state, depend the behavior of the appearance of the component, and state is the mutable, and that is the manageable, and we are able to change the state as well. So if you want to change the state, then we have one function set to state. What we have a set to state. So using the set to state, we are able to change, or we can say we are able to update the UI. Means updating the UI means we are able to change the UI. So that for that, whatever we use the set to state. And then we have again use the state also. We have one method use the state also. So if I'm using the function